Last year, there was no tax, no change, nobody else besides the White House Correspondents Dinner. This year, there was someone, and this year, said that he is not there to give a roast as the president or the president's there, but to bring
so cool. I can't believe
the world Donald Trump let him
that's what I like to do.
with the president of the United States. This event is going to be also serious. There are some countries have signed things in the other here with people having signs against the war has to stop and
Family network, and they drive things. They had a comedy show. It's like a good. Journalism and civilians and allowing comments. I think Jake Tapper, other commentators are tough. What do you think now? As a chair across the yes, oh, this was live. Was this live? What was it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. We love CNN. Thank you. Hey, shooting him? Right. This is an arrow. Yes. Well, first of all, I think this is like a make-a-wish video. Talking to you, this is incredible. My secret game here is by pretending to be other people. They let Mr. Cosplay Oh, I'm sorry, I mean try it. Yes. You sound borscht healthy. Yes.
Headset's going to be here.
Yes. Well, Cash Patel might want this a little more than me.
Okay, well, both of them. These are their drink.
Oh, they're going to need more. Thank you.
Bring down the music back.
Is there anything for Ryan Gnome's after party?
Well, your head is back.
Big dick.
It's been a 2 weeks but I've always enjoyed coming.
Well, you're beautiful, by the way. I thought you tried to sell you. What?
And, you know,
Like a little. I will. Dude, this was so fucking great. Right. Wait, can we get a picture? Yes. I'm here with who? I'm here with Triumph. Triumph, are you excited for us or respond?
I can't get past the ring card, so I just made a headset ring pick
The man behind you. Can't show him. It's Triumph. We love you, Triumph. It's great to see you. Seriously. We gotta get one, can't we? Yeah, we did like a late night. My writers on YouTube, that was like, I'm dying. So nice to see you, though. Catch up soon. Right now, I performed at this interview. But make sure to be my partner. You run the Democrats and the Republicans, and we need more of that. I really think we do. Right now, I'm going to hopefully not have as much as Cash Patel is going to have. We're going to have some fun.
I always say that you have to hit both sides. So I just have to
That was good. That was very good.
Best friend, everybody!
Great, we got
My kids speak for him, I assume it's because maybe what's explained. Take it out or two, it's always very complicated. But I think you just want to be part of every year. There is no evaluation. Women organized higher. This is my last. It's always a fun. To get together with the guys it's a great You know, my case article helped me to
Saturday show. I had a show on Saturday.
Well, that's the idea. I'll try to get stuff by almost 100 and
Biden was there too, and I was there. But yeah, executive together. I think
I don't want to get shot.
La presse veulent que les fassent cette déclaration. Nous, les journalistes viennent ensemble et la presse passe à la
Should be taking B-roll. Are you? Thank you very much. I have a window next to you. That's great. I'm sorry.
He'll stop by. He stopped by. It's like it's one of those that.
That lady is Kelly Loeffler, director of the Small Business Administration. She's one of President Trump's cabinet members.
All right, can I get a shot? I will try to make reference to that. See how much I can do. Is that okay? My wife is secret. She's never going to talk to me. I just need. I need to be in the shot. Where is it? Right now, I'm just trying to get a shot.
There's Caroline Levitt at the left bottom of your screen talking to Jimmy Fila from Fox News.
Shots fired tonight. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really fun. Looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote it. Go ahead.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Can I make one prediction? Because I did have the life honor to talk to you the other day. I'm not going to name names about how I got it.
Somebody helped him get in. I don't know who it was.
It rhymed with Caroline Levitt. Sandra. He's a proud work comedian. As much as we like to have a script in common, he likes to go with the crowd. You know, we know him as Don Trump, but is he not Don Trump?
He is one of the funniest human beings I've ever met. And you know that too. You attested to it after seeing it the other day.
The first thing I texted you is I was like, that man told me 75 jokes in 8 minutes, and I was tossed out the door and I was laughing the whole time.
Well, the reason he's funny is he keeps it real. He's still and everyone else is thinking, but they just don't have the courage to say it. And he just rips it, and you're like, you know what? This is big. So 100%.
Godspeed. We are going to have fun tonight. It is going to be epic. Go get it. The great Caroline Levitt.
Yo, go Sandra. Sandra.
Yes, let's go. Sandra, Trey, come on.
Let's go. I got the number one word.
Oh, hot damn. Turn it down on the red carpet. You talk about the tippy top of the Fox News totem pole. Trey Weeks is standing beside me. Tonight he's getting bombed the old-fashioned way because he's with Sandra Smith. How about it? Good to see you both. Good to see you. I love this. You know how
Look, it's our nation's 250th birthday this year. President Trump is the most successful and transparent president ever. And so I think
Sandra should have got us a bigger budget.
that's here tonight. And he'll be giving a speech. He'll be the keynote of the
I've
already had it's going to be a really big speech. Some party, some jazz there.
I got the number one war card.
Let's be clear. Nobody in this room knows more about shots.
You're never going to talk to me. Can't see her. Okay. Is she still there? Caroline Levitt this year. Not just in spirit, but also in Caroline Levitt this year.
Can I just
Yeah, I can't even specific things.
Probably heard that we canceled the trip. We have all the cards. We're not going to spend 15 hours in airplanes all the time going back and forth to be giving a document that was not good enough. And so we'll deal by telephone, and they can call us anytime they want. Again, we have all the cards. They have no military left, practically. They have no leaders left. We don't know who the leaders are. Nobody knows who the leader. I don't think they know who the leaders are, very importantly. So you saw that. And any other questions?
Yes, sir. What have you heard from Pakistan? The Iran foreign minister was in Pakistan yesterday night.
I think Pakistan is terrific. I think the field marshal is fantastic. I think the prime minister of Pakistan is great. And, you know, they'd like to see something happen. But we're not going to be traveling 15, 16 hours to have a meeting with people that nobody ever heard of.
What changed to make you make that decision?
Too much travel. When they say the meeting's scheduled for Tuesday, I said, Tuesday, that's a long time from now. But when you get right down to it, it's a lot of traveling. No, we don't want to do that.
At what point do you send Witkoff and Kushner and send Vice President Vance in? At what point are you going to be ready?
They're all very competent, all three. Those are three good. But they weren't meeting with the leader of the country. They were meeting with other people. And I said, we're just not going to do it. Too much traveling, takes too long. Too expensive. I'm a very cost-conscious person.
Mr. President, you said this week that you're not a fan of prediction markets and that they're turning the country into a casino. But at the same time,
I'm not.
That you're not a fan of prediction markets.
Well, I don't know. I know some people that are very smart. They like it. They disagree, but they like it. But what would you like to know? Who are you with?
I'm with Decrypt, a crypto-focused publication, and we also have a prediction market. And your administration is aggressively pushing to legalize these markets, and I was wondering if you potentially wanted to reconsider that policy.
A lot of other countries are doing it, and when the other countries do it, we get left out in the cold if we don't do it. So, but I know people that are in the prediction market business, and they're pretty.
On the subject of crypto, what made you decide to go and attend this Meme Coin conference today?
It's a big industry, and we want to beat China at the industry. We're leading with crypto. We're leading with AI, and I really feel I have an obligation from the as a president. I have to be able to make sure that all of our industries do well. Crypto is a big industry. It's actually become somewhat mainstream. The banks have it. People have it, and I think as the leader of the country, we want to lead in AI. And we're leading China by a lot in AI, and we're also leading in crypto.
Do you agree with the decision by Jeanine Pirro to drop the investigation into Jerome Powell?
Well, I want to find out. You know, it's not dropped. They're looking into the whole thing about.
Refer to the IG.
What I want to look at, yeah, with the IG. What I want to look at is, how can a building that I could have done for $25 million cost $4 billion? That's a big thing, and he was in charge. So we'll get to the bottom of it. Yeah, I think Jeanine is fantastic. And she worked with other people on that. I tell you, I want to find out. I have an obligation to find out. This was done during Biden, but I have an obligation to find out. I would have done that building for $25 million, had money left over, and it would have been open a long time ago.
Did you or your people ask her to drop it?
Because for the country, look, we have a railroad under construction in California that's the worst thing I've ever seen under Gavin Newsom. And I want to find out why that one is costing 20 times what it was projected to cost. Likewise, the Fed building is a small. I built a hotel in Washington. It's a Waldorf Astoria. I built it for $201 million. And I believe it's bigger than the Fed building. And you have bathrooms, you have a lot of, it's much tougher, much more expensive to build a hotel than an office. I want to find out, how can a building of that size cost for whatever it's going to be? Nobody knows, by the way, what it's going to be. Kevin is going to be fantastic, Kevin Warsh. He may never get to be in that building.
Is it smooth sailing for him now? Will Tillis drop his block?
I would imagine it's smooth, but whether it is or not, somebody has to find out why that building that should have cost $25 million is costing billions of dollars.
Sure, what else?
And you know why they have to find it out? For other buildings, because that's not the only one. I think that's the most egregious example.
What else caused you?
I'll deal with whoever's running the show. I'll deal with whoever runs the show. They don't know. They are fighting with each other. There's tremendous infighting. They're probably fighting for leadership. In many cases, I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders. But I'll deal with whoever we have to. But there's no reason to wait 2 days, have people traveling for 16, 17 hours. And we're not doing it that way. We'll do it when they want. They can call me. We have all the cards. We've won everything. We have all the cards.
Yesterday you said to Reuters that we're dealing with who is in charge now. What changed from yesterday to today?
Nothing. It's just that they gave us a paper that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, within 10 minutes we got a new paper that was much better.
What was on that paper, sir? What was? Can you explain?
We talked about they will not have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Look, that whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
Did they offer like 20 years on?
Will you continue the ceasefire?
Haven't even thought about it.
Did they offer anything in return to 20 years of suspending enriched uranium?
They offered a lot.
What did they offer?
They offered a lot, but not enough. Thank you.
Will Kevin Warsh be Fed chair? And
All right. Welcome to the Oscars of sort, the White House Correspondents Dinner. Let me leave this up. I'll turn off the sound while we're watching. That way you can see who's coming up on the red carpet. Dr. Oz, Chris Wright, lot of the cabinet members are showing up now and taking their picture. Media. Oh, it's just a gala. It's a great event. I should have put on a tux tonight and had my little handheld microphone. But in any event, this is what it is tonight. So we don't know what to expect. We don't know what kind of protest there will be. We don't know how it's going to be handled. We don't know how President Trump is going to come out swinging. This could be a lot of fun. It could be a dud. We have no idea. I'm pretty sure, though, President Trump will do his best to take on every network out there that's been giving him a hard time. No doubt. So right now, it's scheduled to start at 7. I don't know if that means President Trump is the first speaker, but we'll stick with it the entire time. And I'm going to get going. Espy, you got your tux on? Nope.
I just threw up in my mouth seeing these people. Sorry, prostitutes.
Hold on. I don't know if we can hear this, but Triumph, the crazy dog, is talking to Dr. Oz. Hold on. Let's see if we got anything here. No, they cut away. That I would have loved to hear. Actually, I have a guilty pleasure. I like Triumph, the insult dog. I think he's kind of funny.
Me too. But, I love it.
Yeah. Did you see Stephen A. Smith come out there and do his posing and everything else? I'm like, it's so funny. And while we were off screen, Caitlin Collins came out there. She was like giving face and everything. This is so phony. I think
she's got the worst. Yeah, she's got the worst RBF in history. I swear. I never seen somebody with the worst RBF.
All right, I'm gonna fall for it. What the heck is an RVF?
You didn't know? Resting beach face.
Oh, RBF. I got you.
Yeah.
RBF. Yeah. Well, she was putting on the happy smile in her gown today. And you know, it's funny.
Oh.
You're going past all these people on the red carpet. You're seeing the Fox people, everything. And at the same time, you know, these people supposedly hate you. I often wonder how many of the behind the scenes are like, yeah, I'm just playing a role here. I'm an actor, you know, but we'll never know. Obviously, when President Trump and Melania come out, I will immediately cut to it no matter what.
Sure,
So we can cover them. But isn't it amazing? You see all these people who have all this money that, you know, they hate capitalism. But
is that prosperity? Is that what that is? I think it is, right?
It's so funny to me because you have to realize that all the other stuff is a bunch of BS because I've never gone to one of these type events, but I bet you every single one of those gowns that these women are wearing are probably $1,000, $2,000 gowns. The tuxedos, I don't know, they might all be rented. Some people may own theirs, but these women spent some money on these gowns. So I don't know how you go back on Monday and get in front of the camera and talk about capitalism sucking, which they will probably do.
Well, it's easily done because a lot of them are bipolar. You know, I mean, that's one way to describe it. By the way, did you see the long True Social that Trump put out about an hour ago? It was about
let me bring. Oh my God, it's
Give you something to talk about.
It's really long. I mean, like really long. It's interesting.
He's ripping my new one.
That he put this out just as he walked on. Oh, wait a minute. You recognize this guy, don't you? Wait, I didn't know his wife was pregnant too.
I didn't know.
The whole Trump administration, they're all pregnant. And you know, it's funny, they're taking this picture and they're walking past these people who hate or supposedly hate his guts. I'm seeing like a lot of them from CNN, a lot of them from MSNBC, and he's there at the red carpet. So I don't know if we're watching a movie or not, but it sure comes across that way. So it's appropriate that they have a red carpet where everybody gets out there and takes their picture. And
I love him. He's like the Jason Statham, you know, just the way he talks. He's very intelligent, very articulate. He just puts them right where they're supposed to be.
This is Brett Baer looking like, oh, he was posing. He looked like James Bond there for a second, but he moved on already. I'm trying to see who the next couple are that's supposed to. Well, no, these are two guys. So I don't know what I don't want to say. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
cue the commercial.
Cue the commercial. All right, good idea. Okay. You're killing me. You're killing me right there. Oh, wow, that was too much. All right, let me jump into a commercial and then we'll continue with the show. Oh, you're killing me. I can't. You told me RBF and and then go to a commercial. I could compose myself here. I think we all can agree with everything that we've been seeing lately and everything going on in the world, and specifically in our country. It just feels, crazy, loud all the time. It just seems like there's more and more shouting, fighting, infighting, panicking, doomers. Everyone just wants you to be pulled into the noise. It's important to stay grounded and focus on things that help counter that. And I have something simple and meaningful that does exactly that. Is this sterling silver cross necklace, and on its box are words that have guided our country for generations. In God we trust. For me personally, pieces like this are a quiet reminder to slow down, and something that I've given my 2 granddaughters. And, you know, it's amazing how, with everything we're seeing, people are freaking out on Twitter because accounts are being banned. Just chill. This is how you respond with patience instead of frustration. Choose faith over fear, and to remember that real strength comes from trusting his plan, not forcing outcomes. A lot of us feel it right now. We're watching it. A pullback is what we needed to core values: faith, country, and family. The same values many Americans rally around when they feel the nation drifting like it is right now. And it's the same reason so many still stand firmly in support of President Trump today. But this isn't about shouting politics or making a spectacle. It's not about yard signs or slogans. It's about keeping your faith strong, especially when the world feels like it's getting crazier by the day. Because at the end of the day, there can only be one side worth standing on, and that's God's side. Sometimes smaller symbols carry the greatest weight. If this resonates with you, the link is down in the description. And that link is themagaoffers.com/BarryCross. With promo code BarryCross, you'll get 50% off your sterling silver cross using the link. And it's a meaningful piece. You can wear it daily or give to a grandchild or give to someone who'd appreciate the reminder. Again, that link is themagaoffers.com/BarryCross for 50% off while supplies last. All right, here we go.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Don't you know the left is preparing to protest the president's presence at the dinner? Because they believe he's against freedom of the press, believe that he targets journalists, and believe that he is unable to laugh at himself. Common sense would like to take those in order. For freedom of the press, does the legacy media not do the math? This president has more than 500 interactions with the press in 15 months, more than any president ever. He talks on Air Force One, opens the door to cabinet meetings, and holds press briefing after press briefing. And the media is also mad that Trump calls reporters names. And when they call the president names, well, it's just part of the job. And when they call the president, He picks up the phone and talks to them personally. As for not being self-deprecating, did they not see The Apprentice? Did they miss the Comedy Central roast of Donald Trump? Did they miss the 2024 Al Smith dinner, where the candidates roast each other to raise money for a good cause? Donald Trump showed up. Kamala Harris did not. Funny, huh? Common Sense will be at the dinner to remind the press to maybe laugh at themselves a little, because plenty of others will certainly be laughing at them.
250 journalists now have signed on to a letter asking members of the White House press corps to, quote, forcefully demonstrate opposition to President Trump at the annual event. They say journalists should make him uncomfortable during the evening. The president is set to attend the first time in either of his terms, the White House Correspondents Dinner. Joe Concha's new column is titled "The Press Declare War on Trump at the WHCA Dinner." He highlights the hypocrisy this way. These are the same people who treated former President Obama like a rock star at these dinners. Former President Biden also received a warm reception despite his utter disdain for the press. Is Trump wrong to use his First Amendment rights to call out newsrooms and outlets that have an outright disdain for him and his policies? Not one bit. Criticism isn't a one-way.
Dinner.
250 reporters have been trying to urge everybody attending to do some sort of resistance at this event. 250. I didn't know there were 250 in the White House pool. So what that tells me, and should probably tell you, a lot of this has to do with people outside the periphery of Washington telling their brethren, their other reporters, you got to smack Trump down. Now, I would almost think it would be political suicide for Caitlin Collins or Wolf Blitzer or Kristen Welker to stand up and scream at President Trump. See, the one thing that these people hold dear to is access. Every time they've been shut out of the White House, they go back and they sue. They got to have access. Without having access to the White House, they are nothing. They are completely just like somebody writing for the Boise newspaper. And so I don't think we're going to see any big names stand up and try to embarrass President Trump, because I really think that would be political career suicide. Even with Stelter and some of these idiots, I don't think we're going to see that. Maybe somebody we don't know. Maybe somebody, who is on the periphery. That would make some sense. But I don't understand. If you don't want to be there, don't be there. Make that your protest. You know what? I hate Trump. I hate everything about him. I'm not going. I don't think anybody would lose any sleep if you didn't show up. If Joy Reid didn't show up, nobody's going to care. If Chris Cuomo doesn't show up, nobody's going to care. Make that your protest. You go there and start some crap, well, you might have a problem.
Is already attracting some of the biggest names in politics, media, and entertainment. And no one will have more eyes on them, though, or cameras, than President Trump himself, who is actually going to be making his very first appearance ever as president.
And yes, as for tomorrow night, I hope that we will see all of you there. I know the president is very much looking forward to it. I think it's quite fitting that in our nation's 250th year, the most transparent and accessible president will be attending the White House Correspondents Dinner for the first time. And his speech will be very entertaining. That is what I will tell you.
Now, we don't know what will happen when the president takes the stage tomorrow night. We do know, though, what it was like the last time he appeared at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Let me stop her there for a second. Notice how she said the same thing I kind of said. We don't know what's going to happen. Imagine we're in 2026. The president of the United States is attending what basically is a milquetoast event. He's going to be talking in front of some reporters. Why should we have any doubt what is going to happen? This should be, hi, how you doing? I'm President Trump. Sell a few jokes, sit down and eat some food. I mean, there shouldn't be controversy wrapped around this whole thing, where everybody's waiting to see what happens. We don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, I do. President Trump's going to come in. He's going to make a speech. Some of you guys are going to bitch. Then you're going to have dinner and he's going to leave. That's pretty much it. I don't think we're going to have some sort of moment where somebody tries to rush the stage. I don't think we're going to see a moment like when, Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. I don't think we're going to see anything like that. Well, he'd probably get killed if you try to do that to the president. See, that's the other thing. There's not much you can do because the president of the United States is there. They will drag your ass out. This isn't a hearing in front of Congress. This isn't something where you can get up there and, do all the things that they did when they disrupt this or disrupt that. You disrupt something where the president is speaking, you're going to get dragged out in your $2,000 gown. No questions asked. They're not going to wait to see what you're going to do. You go ahead and advance towards the stage. Not going to happen. So I think this was a lot ado about nothing. I think we're going to see President Trump make some remarks, and then they're going to go their own way, and tomorrow on the Sunday shows they were trash him. Because you'd be foolish to try to assault the President of the United States. You might sit back and scream, but that's about it.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
But the jokes directed at Donald Trump during the 2011 White House Correspondents Dinner didn't stop there.
Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? Say what you will.
I would love for somebody to ask Donald Trump, when he was sitting there taking that from Obama, what he was thinking. He sat there, he looked, and I wonder if anybody knows what he was thinking right then. Because right now, if he looked like that, he'd be like, yeah, I'm coming for you. But this was kind of funny.
Mr. Trump, he certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
Now, he hasn't gone quite that far, but the president, who spent decades as a developer before taking office, has certainly been putting his own touch on the White House this time around, inside and out. There's construction here at the White House as the president's ballroom is being built right now, which has prompted multiple lawsuits. And also, the colonnade leading to the West Wing and the Oval Office itself have been transformed, basically in the president's style, which means gold and more gold. Now, after that speech that President Obama gave, President Trump responded to the scathing jabs from the president at the time and downplayed it.
I've been there before, so I knew what I was getting into, sort of the lion's den. I looked at my wife, I said, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Am I supposed to be honored or am I supposed to hide under the table? I wasn't exact, so I sort of just sat there and listened and took it in. But it was actually a little bit amazing. I will bait.
All right, so I want to show you this is RFK Jr. I thought that was kind of interesting. They told the Secretary of Health, can you step away now? We need to take pictures of your wife. That's pretty funny, actually.
Fully executed.
But when he won the White House 5 years later, the president did not return to the White House Correspondents Dinner.
President Trump is snubbing next Saturday's White House Correspondents Dinner, but we found out yesterday he will be counter-programming it. He's got a primetime rally planned in Pennsylvania. Caitlin, what are you going to do?
I'll be at the dinner.
Throughout his entire first term, President Trump never attended.
So why do you think the president is not here tonight? If that's what this dinner is, it embodies essentially a toast to a free press. Why was the president not attend tonight?
Look, the president has enormous demands on his schedule.
The Correspondents Dinner is too negative. I like positive things, okay?
But after returning to office for his second term, the president announced he would indeed attend the dinner that's a toast to the First Amendment, explaining it this way.
Every joke was about me, and I sort of liked it. I can handle that stuff.
And so, on the one hand, I feel like journalists who should be getting hazardous duty pay for putting up with so much bullshit, deserve to celebrate themselves, that they are still doing a fantastic job in many cases under very difficult circumstances.
What's so difficult? You stick a microphone in front of somebody. You type some words. What's so difficult? You're in a room with, 100 other reporters. What? They make this out like it's some sort of, grand club, that there's initiation. There's things you have to go through. Maybe the old days. Now, this is your studio. You're walking around with one of these, and you can take notes instantaneously. You can listen in your ear and get the question. TMZ found out yesterday you can often get the wrong questions. What's the hostile environment? It's the environment you people create. And then, for the first time ever, you've got a president who doesn't let you get away with your crap. He's going to call you out to your face in front of your friends. That's what they don't like. That's why they need hazard pay. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he called me fake news. I can't believe he called me a terrible reporter. What are the things that you call President Trump on a daily basis? Hazard pay? You're insulting people who actually have to work for a living, who have to hit nails. You need hazard pay because somebody might call you out.
But it's so incongruous to me.
I agree.
To have President Donald Trump there. He apparently hired a comedy writer to help him with his remarks, according to Laura Trump. So I just read.
Yes.
It's just, the whole thing feels so, I would say, both icky and surreal.
I totally agree with you on all of that. And there's this report out today in the Daily Beast that Trump intends to launch a, quote, revenge attack on the press at the court.
Anybody find it odd that these two journalists no longer work? Katie Couric, nope, she don't got a job. Jim Acosta, nope, you don't have a job. But yet you're the ones who think you should be getting hazard pay because you're sitting home in your living room or someplace at home, a studio that you constructed to criticize President Trump. And then you're talking about he got a writer, a comedic writer, to help him with some one-liners. Is that odd? Do you think that the clip I showed before with President Obama talking, you think he and Michelle got together and wrote those lines? What are you people? You think we're all stupid?
Correspondents Dinner. So, a couple of questions on that would be, one, what do the journalists in the room do if he starts doing that, starts trashing the press?
What do you expect them to do? Like I said last night, I loved all the roasts. Remember the roast with Dean Martin and all those guys back in from the laugh-in days, and they would just roast people. It gave them an opportunity to publicly slay you. What do you expect people to do? Or more so, here's a better question. What do you expect to do that you think President Trump cares about? That you're going to get up and walk out? That 20 of you might get up and walk out? Don't you think that's what he wants? Don't you think all of us getting ready to tune in tonight are expecting you guys to act a fool? Remember the State of the Union address? when he posed a question, and it was a gotcha question. Everybody want to stand up and say the first objective here is to protect people, Americans? That ain't going away. That's going to be coming back in campaign speeches. So whatever you guys end up doing tonight might seal your doom.
Pay me enough to attend that dinner. I didn't get to go to the dinner when I was in the first administration because it was COVID times. So the dinner got called off. So I've never had to sit through one of them, but I can't even imagine.
I have, and they were long and annoying even before Trump. And just think about all of the staffers who are excited, all the people who are in DC who are excited to go to that dinner, who are listening to this podcast right now, and now we've ruined their night. Now they're going to have to feel a little bit of shame.
They should.
It's a little bit of self-importance there, don't you? All the people who are going to this dinner who might watch this podcast, I'm pretty sure they're not sitting there watching your podcast going, oh my gosh, I've got this $3,000 dress. I've got the limo ordered, and you're telling me it's going to be annoying and boring. Honey, let's cancel this sitter. Let's stay home, call Uber Eats. Let's find something to eat. And I know you spent, a whole bunch of money on the gown. I know you spent all kinds of money on your hair and makeup, but instead, this guy on this podcast said it's going to be a major annoyance and boring.
Shame. Feel some shame if you're going to go to the Correspondents' Dinner this year.
Yes,
Feel a little
if you're going
shame.
to partake in the humiliation ritual that Donald Trump is going to thrust upon you, feel a little bit of shame for going.
I found these clips, and I'm like, these people really think way too much of themselves. A humiliation ritual? Maybe what we should have done is or President Trump should have done is, let's go ahead and have this White House Correspondents' Dinner, and let's invite, just like they have the people in the front seat during a press conference, let's invite real people. At least when you watch the Grammys or some of these things, they've got up in a balcony, real people are there. Why didn't he just do that? Invite real people who actually want to be there. And I don't understand, having been to a number of these types of events, why would you go if you don't want to be there? It's Saturday night. You literally could be sitting home doing nothing, watching Netflix. The humiliation ritual is people pretending like they're okay with this. Listen to this woman.
Cannot normalize the cruelty and inhumanity by Trump against my community in particular. There have been 50 people who have died under ICE custody, most of them my people. Mm-hmm. There are almost 4,000 small children in detention centers in deplorable conditions, mostly my community, children from my community. There's been deaths under ICE that are not investigated. There's Alex Preddy, there's Renee Good, there's the young man who got killed in Texas. There's the attacks on the free press. There's the lawsuits against everybody and their brother who dares write anything.
Somebody get her a little violin so she can start playing it right now. Her community, huh? What's your? I know where her community is. It's down here in Miami, and nobody in Miami is getting dragged or anything like that. She's full of crap, completely. So all of a sudden, all the Spanish people are her community. What about the Cubans, all the people who are American, Cuban Americans, Spanish Americans? You don't care about them? These people are so phony, so completely phony.
Or say anything against him. There's the investigations and weaponization of DOJ against journalists, the weaponization of the FCC. So how in the hell could I possibly go there to an event that's supposed to celebrate journalism and celebrate free press with somebody who is repressing and oppressing that on a daily basis and who has been so cruel against my community? There's no way I'm putting on Spanx.
Why you have to mess in my head like that? Why you just have to mess in my head? Now I got the image of you trying to squeeze a 25-pound bag of potatoes into a pair of Spanx. I didn't need that on my Saturday night. Maybe SV needed that. SV, did you need that? I mean, come on.
Barry, let me tell you, man, something about liberalism makes them age very quickly. Like earlier, I saw something you posted. I mean, Rosie O'Herpes, she looks like she's going to audition for the next Lord of the Rings. Like she's an orc, literally an orc. What is wrong with these folks?
And in case you guys don't know what he's talking about, Rosie O'Donnell made her perfunctory, her obligatory anti-billionaire post today, and her thing, I hate billionaires. Nobody should be a billionaire. And I'm like, pick up your phone and check the names on your speed dial. Madonna, nearly a billionaire. Oprah, no, billionaire. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, Steven Spielberg, billionaire. What the hell? You have to be completely brain dead to even listen to these people. I don't get it. It's like you're not supposed to know I'm friends with Madonna, who is running around the stage at Coachella looking like death warmed over, but she's worth nearly $1 billion. Why don't you call her? Hey, Madonna, you have to give up your money.
Even I know not to wear a thong these days.
Oh my God, that's even worse than hearing Anna Navarro talking about putting on Spanx. Spanx, I tell you.
Spanx.
And now every guy here tonight watching is going to just imagine Anna Navarro getting out the shower, putting on a pair of, lacy undies and pulling up the Spanx and trying to adjust as she does. And then, good luck with that thought.
10 pounds of poop in a 5-pound bag. It doesn't fit, man.
These people lose their mind when they start. Maybe they should take all their phones and go put them in another room or something, because the Rosie O'Donnell thing just took the cake. I mean, the only way that would make sense is if you believe she doesn't know any billionaires. I think she did another movie. What was the one where they played baseball? Tom Hanks was in it. Tom Hanks is nearly $1 billion. What the hell are these people talking about? I have no idea. Let me take a break second, because Doug Burgum is
soon.
Oops. Oh. And I didn't turn on the volume, dummy. Volume. All right, I had hit the wrong button and things kind of went haywire, but we're back. Everything's going. So let's continue with Spanx Lady.
Shaving my legs, putting on a...
Oh, no. Now, see, you guys are going to have this vision tonight of Anna Navarro getting out of the shower, putting on some, lacy panties, throwing up the Spanx, and shaving her legs. Why she would have ever...
I'm going to go sit there, eat bad chicken, drink cheap wine, and laugh through jokes.
Anybody think it would be the first time that Anna Navarro ate cheap chicken or drank cheap wine? No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you've had that more times than you care to admit. All right, let's see what Greg says.
Feeling is, and I have to push back against my friends here, The White House Correspondents Dinner exposes what the media is truly obsessed with, and that is their own status and their own ego. They want to feel important. They invite celebrities so to benefit by their proximity of fame. They crane their necks for high status people, and then they visibly shun those they believe are beneath them. If this event is really important to you, you need to ask why, because it's not for fun. It's for something else, something dark and dirty and sad.
You're doing the White House Correspondents Dinner.
I sure am.
Why?
Why? I think
I know it's not because of how much they pay you. I mean, I used to run that organization.
Are you reading my mind right now?
Yeah.
I think it's an incredible opportunity.
So just so you guys know, this guy, the guy on the left, the dark-haired guy, he is going to be, I wouldn't say running MC tonight. He's I believe a hypnotist of some sort. So should be, he's like a soothsayer or something. So we should see something pretty funny from him as well. I'm seeing Dana White walk in. Where'd he go?
I was snooping a Mexican hairless. They don't want it. I have to tell you, I'm a little resentful of you guys. I was snooping a Mexican hairless, and ICE deported him.
Kind of hard to hear him, so let me go back to what Greg was saying.
In terms of being in a room full of skeptical journalists, that is my bread and butter, to amaze people that like getting to the bottom of things. And I think just in terms of the opportunity of seeing, just the eyeballs that are going to see this and the chance to create an incredibly memorable moment with the most powerful person in the world.
I mean, Trump is going to be there. I mean, that's what he says. He's been at the dinner. He's never been there as president.
Right. And people, when I was booked, which kind of the details of how this works, it was several months ago, and they said to me, it's unprecedented. President Trump has never attended one of these while in office, so he probably won't. And I, at that first call, said, he absolutely will. And they go, how do you know that? And I go, you know what I do for a living, right? Yeah. I get people to do certain things.
So you see this as a big, I mean, you're big. You've broken through.
I'm not big enough.
I mean, my God. But you think this could be...
This will be a career-defining moment.
For you.
Career-defining. This has the potential. You never know what will happen. So I want to explain to you, you know the president.
Yeah.
You know the president.
Oh, yeah.
There is no world in which I can get him to do what I want that he doesn't want.
You're not political. I mean, I tried to find any evidence of anything of you political.
I'm not publicly political.
Yeah.
So I mean, privately, I have opinions, but publicly, two things. One, for this specific event and in life in general, I was brought on to not be political.
Right.
My job is not to come in and roast. I don't think that's what I was brought in for. I think I was brought in to unite. Unite in a sense of wonder and amazement. What do I do?
That's going to be kind of interesting. I hope they keep a camera on him when he's doing his spiel and what he does. I don't know if he's a hypnotist or somebody who does predictions or something like that. If you guys know, let me know in the chat who he is. I think his name is Oz, O-Z, not Oz. Oz is what he goes by. But I think he's one of those guys that is prognosticator or something like that. Scott Bessent, and as you know, Scott Bessent is gay, and he's there with his better half right now. They told us he was gay, but I don't know. Maybe he changed teams. Okay, so it's 7:19, and President Trump and Melania have not, as of yet, made their appearance. I see Doug is there, Chris Wright. We saw RFK Jr., Scott Bessent. Who else? I didn't see Marco Rubio. Not sure if he's going to get there. Saw Dan Scavino. Obviously, Caroline Leavitt. Let's see, Kelly Loeffler. Wow, I'm able to rattle these people off, but I have not seen any sign of Marco Rubio. Wait, I literally spoke him into existence. Mike too. I'm going through all the names in my mind. We haven't seen Pete Hegseth yet. Might be a little bit busy, but Susie Wiles, we haven't seen her yet. I'm trying to think of everybody else in the cabinet. Brooke Rollins, I haven't seen her come out yet. But most of the cabinet has already been in place and been there. So President Trump should be imminent.
I do things that blow you away, that you get to laugh, wow, gasp, and feel like you're a kid again.
You've had some big shows, you've had some big TV appearances, but how do you rate this one?
It doesn't get any bigger than this, and for the biggest person in the world who is notoriously hard to read, does not telegraph his next move, and so for them to kind of take an unprecedented choice this year, no comedy, they wanted to say, can we get President Trump to attend? I said to them, yes, to the White House Correspondents Dinner. They made a bold choice, and I think it's going to be a night that is going to be talked about for years to come. When you show those highlights reel, in years to come, I promise you, one of the moments will be from tomorrow.
Oh, get your popcorn ready, folks. This is going to be a time like we've never seen.
Whoa, she's setting the bar there. Get your popcorn ready. This is going to be a time like we've never seen. She's setting the bar kind of high, Lara Trump. Hopefully everything fulfills and that actually happens. I'm just checking down below to make sure I've got the screen on. Oh, there's Carrie Lake right there. I wish there was a place where they were walking up to so we could hear like all the interviews as well, but that hasn't come through the feeds. Let's go back to Laura right now.
Everybody goes back to, of course, whenever President Trump, as a citizen, went to the White House Correspondents Dinner, and President Obama at the time told jokes about him, and they say, oh, that's the reason Donald Trump decided to run for president. I would push back on that claim. There are a lot of reasons Donald Trump wanted to run for president. But it's such a full circle moment because most of the folks who are in attendance at the White House Correspondents Dinner, Charlie, as you and I both know, are no fans of Donald Trump, but they actually desperately need Donald Trump. They love every second of Donald Trump because he gives them...
How true is that? When you think about it, as much as they hate Donald Trump, as much as some of them must despise Donald Trump, they don't get paid nearly as much as when Donald Trump is in office. Donald Trump brings eyeballs. Everybody, even if you hate him, you want to hear what he has to say. What is he going to do? So I'm surprised this thing isn't on television on major networks tonight, because whatever it is he's going to do, which could amount to being nothing huge, people are going to want to see it. And so she's absolutely right. They require him. They need him to be able to make the money that some of these people make.
Ratings unlike anyone else possibly can. He gives them continual information to talk about and things to quote unquote report. You got to put it in air quotes because it's not really reporting or journalism for a lot of these people. It's opinion. But that said, he has been preparing to go into this snake pit of the White House Correspondents Dinner his entire life. He's going to have jokes. He's one of the funniest people I have ever met. And I will tell you that if they don't leave there absolutely in love with Donald Trump, I'll be shocked. They've been trying not to love him for so long. They need him, but I think this is going to be an epic night. I'm going to tune in. I can't wait to see.
I love your hopefulness. We'll see if he can win them over.
So I don't know if he can or not. I don't know if he's going to try. He may just be trying to entertain those of us who are watching from home. As we're watching these people continue to file in, I haven't seen this Secret Service details show up yet, and so that would be the indication that he and Melania are coming in. They'll probably clear the lobby to a good extent. And let's see if you see him coming down the escalator. Nope, people are still filing in and filing out. So it is 7:25. Haven't seen any security details coming in and screening the place. So we'll just have to wait till President Trump shows up. Marco Rubio still sitting here. Haven't seen Pete Hegseth. That might be something that Iran needs to worry about at this point. Because if Pete Hegseth isn't here, wonder what he's busy doing. It could be a long night over in Iran, that's for sure. Let me tell you guys about one of our longtime sponsors here, and that would be Lear Capital. If you've been watching the headlines, you know that major banks are still predicting gold could climb over $6,000 an ounce, with silver skyrocketing up to $300 an ounce. $300 an ounce. President Trump just pulled up, by the way. The news is finally catching up to what I've known for years. The value of the dollar is under assault, and the demand for gold and silver is exploding. But who you trust matters just as much as what you buy. That's why I personally trust and do business with personally Lear Capital. They are an education-first company that prioritizes customer experience over a quick sale. And because of that, Lear has thousands of satisfied customers, over 3 billion in transactions, and they offer something truly unique, a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. So you don't pay unless you are completely satisfied. Who does that in the gold and silver and metals market? You can't even get that in most retail. And for those interested in moving some of your retirement dollars into gold and silver, it's worth noting that Lear was recently named the best overall gold IRA company by Consumer Affairs. So if you're considering gold and silver, actual gold and silver, give them a call. Give them 10 minutes. That's it. No pressure. See if gold or silver is right for you. Call my friends at Lear Capital, give them that 10 minutes free, and they'll help you get started. Call 800-601-5430, 800-601-5430, or go to learberry.com and download their free information to learn more. There's all kinds of reports on their website, the de-dollarization. I mean, there's so much you can actually just get for free to learn. And then you can also qualify for up to $20,000 in bonus gold or silver. Give them a call, 800-601-5430, or go to learberry.com. Be back in 90 seconds.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Do we not look like it? Like, we need to work out a number before the end of this.
People think we planned this. We didn't. We're just great minds think alike.
That is actually a thing. But you look beautiful.
Thank you. So do you.
Well, if you like this jacket, it also comes in men's.
I might need one.
Yeah, you say the word.
I'm ready to throw that over my shoulders at the end of the night, Jimmy.
Give me this, okay? The president's about to go on.
Yes.
And as comedy comebacks go, this is the biggest middle finger in the history of comedy. Because it was 2011 when Barack Obama and Seth Meyers said, "You'll never be president, boppity bop."
Yep.
Here we are with President Trump going on stage as a two-term president.
For the first time.
And you, how about it? And you are, as you know, this man is ready to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Can I make one prediction?
Yes.
Okay. Because I did have the life honor of talking to him in the Oval Office the other day. I'm not going to name names about how I got in.
Somebody helped him get in. I don't know who it was.
It rhymes with Caroline Levitt, okay? But he is a crowd work comedian.
Yes.
As much as we like to have a script as a comic, he likes to go to the crowd. You know, we know him as Don Trump, but is he not Don Rickles?
He is one of the funniest human beings I've ever met. Dude, you know that too. You attested to it after seeing him the other day.
The first thing I texted you is I was like, that man told me 75 jokes in 8 minutes, and I was tossed out the door, and I was laughing the whole time.
Well, the reason he's funny is because he keeps it real. He says what everyone else is thinking,
Yes.
but they just don't have the courage to say it.
Yes.
And he just rips it, and you're like, you know what? He's right. He's 100% right.
Godspeed. Well, we are thrilled to have you on tonight.
Thanks, Jimmy.
It is going to be epic. Go get him. I'll see you out on the dance floor.
Yes, we'll see you.
Ron written on their hands, so people are here to make their points. Secretary Kennedy, how are you, sir?
I'm great.
You're live on C-SPAN. Wanted to ask you what you're anticipating tonight.
I'm anticipating that the president is going to put on a big performance and probably offend some people in the press.
And is that a good thing?
I think it's good. I think, the president is very funny, and historically there's been a lot of comedy at this event, and I hope, there's some good feelings that come from it, and people can take a joke.
As somebody who has
oh boy, SB, you got to learn of that. He's got to offend some people tonight. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, he said probable. I fixed it in the chat. I said definitely.
Oh my gosh. One of the best things is to make these people squirm. It's now 7:35. The event was supposed to start at 7 o'clock. At 7:30, they're still milling around in the lobby by the red carpet area, meaning the security hasn't cleared the area. He hasn't even shown up yet, so he's making these people wait.
I'm sure they're gulping up the free drinks and food.
I would love if they change. They're waiting for him so they could get the shot of him at the red carpet. But at the same time, I wish they had a second camera showing people, basically inside, just sitting there, having the drinks, letting them get sauced up before he comes in. Who's this guy? Oh, look who this is. This is Bill O'Reilly.
I'd like to hear it. You can tell that some of the most powerful people in Washington
It's weird when you see some of these people, they don't look like they look on television. Bill O'Reilly looks like he might. I know he got sick, so I'm not sure how he's doing.
He's looking a little rough.
You know who we haven't seen yet too? We haven't seen JD Vance, Lutnick,
Tariffs.
Tariffs. Oh, wait a minute. Now we know something's really happening. Got somebody for you. I would love to, SB, I'd love to see, like, a few minutes after President Trump starts, how many of these guys disappear. Because they're making their appearances now, but I wonder if they stay the whole time or they got places to go. Very interesting that you got, remember that show? I don't know if you ever seen it before. It was called Designated Survivor, where we had Kiefer Sutherland was the star of the show, and it was basically who has to stay behind just in case something happens in terms of the chain of command. So obviously you've got the president, you've got the vice president, the Speaker of the House. Haven't seen Mike Johnson show up yet. Maybe he's a designated survivor. But we haven't seen J.D. Vance, obviously, and, of course, President Trump. So, interesting.
I have an observation, though. Observation. Have you noticed something in that room that the conservatives are very handsome and beautiful women? I mean, when you look in a liberal room, it's like pink and purple hair. They're angry. They look like they just got on a set of Lord of the Rings, with the torches in their hand. I mean, seriously though, I see class, dignity, elegance. It's so refreshing to see that.
Well, one of the things I noticed, just check and see what Robin says. I've noticed the women wear the dresses well. And I don't mean tight or anything. It just seems like
beautiful.
The liberals are frumpy and they're always having to adjust it because they're not used to being out like that, so now it just, some of them, I mean, but I'm not going to go there and I'll let the ladies in the audience here talk about that. But I just noticed something looked a little bit different. All right, so nothing really is happening right now. They haven't cleared out the lobby. We wouldn't know who's security and who isn't security hanging around there. A couple of guys look like they're obvious security. I was hoping we would see Monica Page or Reagan Reese come through. Haven't seen either of them come through either. Wait a minute, what do we got going on here? No, nothing much. So President Trump is making a grand entrance. It is 7:40, and he hasn't even come in yet. So that's very, very, very interesting.
I'm wondering how he's coming in, though. I mean, you saw what I wrote to you earlier. If he did that, that would be a shocker. I mean, he's got to come in with a lot of fanfare, just like he did on his show.
Yeah. I think I would, and I think that's what they're all waiting for as well. I can't even imagine what the security must be like in that building to get in there. But Pete Hegseth and his wife are leaving. What? Unless they have an entrance to a suite or something upstairs, they just went out. Wow. So they came in, everybody else is going up and down the escalator. And Pete Hegseth and his wife took a hard left and left that way. Nobody else has gone out that door. So I don't know if he just came in, make an appearance and leave or what. So I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know where they're holding this thing tonight. But we are at this point 40 minutes behind schedule. So we're waiting for President Trump. So
SB, your popcorn ready?
I've got popcorn ready. I'm gonna let you guys watch some of this because I'm not a play-by-play announcer, and as soon as President Trump comes on, we'll cut right to him. I don't know who said it, but it might have been Laura Trump. But they were talking about how these people need President Trump, how he brings so many eyeballs that it helps them get their ratings and everything. Listen to this report that Brian Potato Stelter put out.
Someone who has been here for many of these events, this is the most crowded I've ever seen it. There is so much more interest this year because President Trump has never showed up here as president, and frankly, because he has demonized the media, because he has gone on the warpath against news outlets like CNN, because he has called journalists piggy and so many other nasty names. He has also defunded PBS and NPR. He has dismantled Voice of America. But At the same time, as Caroline Leavitt just loves to point out, he is incredibly accessible, and he desperately wants the media's attention. It sounds like we're going to hear all of that. We're going to hear criticism and much more from the president later this evening.
About a year ago. They're very pro-Caroline Leavitt, but my question...
Oh boy, they need him really, really bad. They need President Trump to do all this stuff. It's insane how much they hate this guy, but at the same time, how much they need him for their own livelihoods. They need President Trump. By the way, wanted to play this for you because this is something that all the losers that you may run into who are saying that we're losing the war. I want you to hear what one of the grand poobahs over in Iran had to say today. As this, what do you call it? Blockade is progressing. One of the things that's happening over in Iran is that these people are running out of stuff. It's quickly turning into almost a Cuban type thing. I want you to hear this. Let's 40 seconds of them telling, you have to read the subtitles so you can actually understand what this guy is saying here. But it's pretty interesting what's going on in Iran already, and this is from a couple of hours ago.
از مردم عزیزمون که الان آماده‌اند و در صحنه‌اند، اینجا هم گفتم یه درخواست ساده‌ای داریم. این که مصرف خودشون رو در برق و انرژی بیارن پایین. فعلا ما نیاز به فداکاری این عزیزان نداریم، ولی نیاز به کنترل مصرف داریم. تو خونه به جایی که 10 تا چراغ روشن بشه 2 تا چراغ روشن بشه، چه اشکالی داره؟ اینا زیرساخت ما رو زدن، ما رو در محاصره قرار میدن تا مردم ناراضی بشن و این رضایتی که الان وجود داره تبدیل به نارضایتی بشه. چطوری میتونیم جلوش بایستیم؟ این که ما اون زمینه‌هایی که اونا فکر میکنن باعث نارضایتی رو مردم اجازه ندن اصلا به وجود بیاد.
Okay, so in case you couldn't read it, you probably didn't understand Farsi, but in case you couldn't read it, what he just said was, turn off the lights. You don't need to cook. They're already telling the people in Iran, you need to cut down on power consumption. We're not going to be able to continue to provide you electricity. Pretty sure I got my lights on. Pretty sure I've got the internet on. Pretty sure Robin's cooking. Nobody's calling Americans. President Trump is not going on television and telling Americans, you might want to turn off the lights, man. We need you to cooperate. We don't know if we're going to make it. So instead of having like 10 lights on, you know, you got a light on in the bedroom, you got a light on in the living room, you got a light, you're watching television in 2 different locations, whatever it is you're watching. Let's turn off some of that stuff so we can all somehow find a way to coexist as we don't have any more stuff. That's where Iran is. The losers won't show you that. The losers will keep telling you that the United States and President Trump are losing the war. Well, every time you're watching something today or looking at something on your phone, understand nobody's telling you, you got to cut back. But that's what they're telling their people. All right, so let me see if they're doing anything with security here. 1 second. Go here.
I know. Because we should do everything that's on this
The red carpet. And I don't mean Jen Psaki. Yes, see, I know, it's C-SPAN. No, I'm covering the red carpet. I've interviewed a lot of the no-names and a few biggies.
Who are the biggies you've interviewed? What do you ask them? What does Triumph want to know?
Oh, my God. Well, I didn't get to Pete Hegseth, but I tried to give him his drink tickets. Do we have the drink tickets? It's okay. We're fine.
What is Triumph expecting from the president's appearance tonight?
Oh, well, this is such a special day. You know, I mean, the White House Correspondents Dinner, an annual gathering of the press that celebrates, or in tonight's case, fondly remembers free speech. It's a beautiful thing, you know, and it's also a night when members of the press sit down for a lavish multi-course dinner served by some of their former colleagues.
Triumph, the insult comic dog, has been here all night on the red carpet. How long are you staying? You going to stay afterwards and catch people on the way out?
Yes, I am. For example, I was trying to, you know, I mostly spoke to people in the conservative media. The liberal media was afraid to talk to me. Isn't that strange? Because it's the Daily Show I'm representing. I was trying to help them with Trump, you know. I was saying, you know, if you don't want to get hit hard by Trump, you can just hold up one of these in front of your face, and then he'll leave you alone, you know?
Triumph, the insult comic dog. We appreciate your time on C-SPAN. Thanks for stopping by. It's your first appearance now in the C-SPAN archives.
Is it really?
It is.
Somebody should tell the cameraman that it shouldn't be in the screen with a puppet. I'm just saying. I've never been a ventriloquist or anything like that, but more than likely, you shouldn't be on screen with the little puppet. We can see the guy talking, which kind of blows the whole thing. Man, these people need like some direction or something. All right, so we are at 7:53, and I guess this is why people are just burning time waiting for President Trump to show up. I've always liked Triumph, the insult comic dog myself here, so we shall see. There's a picture of the inside.
The stand for the peace talks got canceled, so the president and Mrs. Trump, J.D. Vance and Mrs. Vance will all be at the head table. The president is now departing the White House with Mrs. Trump, you can see. And again, it'll take, in a motorcade, 4 minutes, 5 minutes tops to get up to the Washington Hilton Hotel. It would take you and I much longer to get up there because of traffic. And so he will be arriving at the hotel shortly. They now bring the president at the Washington Hilton in underground because of the 1981 shooting of President Reagan. They developed a new entrance there. It's underground, so you don't see it. And basically, the president will be isolated from that big crowd you saw in the ballroom a few minutes earlier, because he will be coming in a back way. Then he will just come right up onto the stage. The dinner is due to begin at 8 p.m. with the presentation of colors, the pomp and circumstance that opens a dinner. That part goes on for about 15 minutes or so. And then they eat. And after that, while they're eating, we're going to have two guests here, the former editor-in-chief of USA Today and Mike Dubke, who was with President Trump in his first term. They will be here on site with us. We'll be discussing the dinner, talking about issues, taking your calls as well. Looks like Kash Patel is in the ballroom itself. Do not know who invited him. Again, you have to be a media organization.
What the hell do you mean, who invited him? Did I just hear that? Did he just ask who invited Kash Patel? Almost indignant, like he shouldn't be there? He's a director of the FBI. He doesn't need your invitation. Oh my gosh, his guys are probably working the crowd, and you're asking who invited Kash Patel? Maybe the guy who just left the White House. Maybe that's who invited. Did I miss something? I mean, do you think Kash Patel needed a special invitation?
I don't think so. I think this guy has got his head up his rear end.
Wow.
Like most of the prostitutes.
That was who invited him. He actually said that on the air. Who invited him? Oh,
he's going to regret that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to come back at him. That was just incredible. All right, so
you guys before acting, people.
What you guys are watching there is that's C-SPAN. The other channel or the other feed, they're still showing the elevator date, but at least on C-SPAN, that feed, they're actually showing the ballroom. And play, bro.
I'm with them. Now, I just want to say thank you for taking my call, and I really love Donald Trump. He's my president and always will be.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned, Gregory, what was playing on C-SPAN 2. We've been playing a lot of the old speeches and from past presidential dinners all day long on American History TV on C-SPAN 2. They'll play again in the overnight, but not during the dinner itself. David, Nashua, New Hampshire, Independent Line. Hi, David.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call.
All right, so my full feed came up with the ballroom as well. So what we're going to see, obviously, is President Trump is just going to appear. He's not going to be coming down any sort of red carpet. So this is the actual feed that I have, which you guys will be seeing. That's it. So they changed the feed from the escalator to the actual ballroom. President Trump will be coming, and he won't be coming up anytime soon. It sounds like they're going to do a couple guests, and I didn't understand this whole thing. So again, I didn't plan it. So it seems as though, from what he said, they're going to come out, they're going to introduce things, and then they're going to have a couple presentations. Possibly that's when the psychic or something is going to come on, and then they're going to stop and eat. So we're going to have to wait until they actually have dinner. So I'm going to put this on for a while, look for other stuff in here, but I'm not sure what our time frame is. So if you need to go grab something to eat or want to eat when they eat, fine. I'll put on the Navy band, and as SV said, this could be a long night. We're already 2 hours in, and he's not even in the venue yet. All right, so let's take a listen. I wanted to let you guys know, because this is kind of important based on what you're seeing and everything else. This is not a White House event. This is not the presidential event. This event is put on by the White House Correspondents. So they're the ones who set the decorations. They're the ones who, set the timing and everything else. So it's going to be very interesting. I noticed that they've got him standing in front of a big banner that says, supporting or celebrating the First Amendment. So nothing is by accident here in terms of how they've got it set up. Just understand, this is not a White House event. It is not a presidential event in that realm per se. I noticed a couple people are saying that they're late. Don't worry about it. You missed some red carpet stuff, but the event hasn't even started yet. President Trump and Melania have not even come out front, haven't taken their seats. So I'm sure once you have, suffice it to say, you haven't missed anything really yet. So it's coming up. Wait a minute. Wait, I don't know. We're going to need some sort of investigation. Tulsi Gabbard is sitting there. She's not a member of the press, so I'd like to know who invited her. Who invited Tulsi Gabbard? SV. Who invited her?
She must have slipped in the back door.
I don't understand. What kind of party is it if people like Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel can sneak in? I mean, that's
Wow.
just amazing. They're not journalists.
How rude.
Good.
I just sent you a Gunther post. Melania and Trump are on their way.
Okay. Yeah, the other guy from C-SPAN said it only takes him 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes, but he hasn't walked out there yet. But I'm seeing the Pete Hegseth is getting ready to take his seat. But I just didn't know who invited some of these people, because they're not journalists. So who knows?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The pre-show will begin shortly. Thank you.
No one's wearing a mask. I still haven't seen J.D. Vance. He didn't look like he left the White House with President Trump, but maybe he's the one who has to stay out as the excuse me, designated survivor. But we haven't seen J.D. Vance show up. Just about everybody else we've seen in the crowd, but I haven't seen J.D. Vance yet. They're the two big troublemakers, Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth. But I haven't, unless you guys have seen J.D. Vance and Usha walking around, haven't seen them come in as of yet. So waiting to see if they show up. Somebody put in the chat, these people obviously are ignoring the take your seat notification, which they obviously are. No one's going to boss these people around. Wait a minute, what we got?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Board and General Counsel of the White House Correspondents Association. Attorney Simon Lakovich. Sarah Cook of CBS News. Andy Harnick from Getty Images. Mark Lima of CBS News. Jackie Heinrich of Fox News. From Bloomberg, Justin Sink. The White House Press Secretary, Caroline Levitt. From ABC News, Karen Travers. Trevor Honeycutt from Reuters. Courtney Subramanian from Bloomberg News. From Time Magazine, Brian Bennett. And join us in welcoming the President of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang. The headliner for this evening, mentalist Oz Perlman. And now please welcome the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the nation's colors presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, and please remain standing for our national anthem performed by the U.S. Marine Band.
light last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier. Good evening to everyone. President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you for being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you and your team does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is the best assignment in all of journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story in the world every single day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers a critical public service. Strong journalism benefits the entire country. Tonight, we will celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped me tackle this job and who helped make this night possible. First, to the members of the White House Correspondents Association, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to lead. It is an honor and a privilege. Thank you to my advisor in this role, Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News, and to the other past WHCA presidents who have helped me navigate challenges. To my CBS News bosses, Tom Sobrowski, Barry Weiss, Mark Lima, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and support. To the relentless CBS News team, especially the White House unit, I am grateful to call you not just colleagues, but friends. And thanks to the mentors and other friends who have kept me balanced this year and always. And of course, to my family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're gonna get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
So I guess they're gonna eat dinner and just want us like hanging out and waiting around. No entertainment, no video, nothing to show. All right, so I do have something I can show you. I mean, you guys let me know if you want to see people eat. That's fine. I'll let them eat, and you can hear the band play. But if you'd like me to go to something, I do have something I could put on because I'm not interested in watching people have dinner, especially since I haven't eaten. What is SB showing me here? Can I remove the comments when people speak? Yes, I can do that. We can move the comments, and that way you guys can hear people speak. But I'm gonna leave this on for a couple minutes. You guys let me know in the chat. Do you want me to put something else on while these people are eating? Okay, so I'm going to monitor it closely so you don't have to sit there and watch people eat food you're not eating. I have no interest in that, but I've got something presidential. I did an interview with Mark Beckman, who is Melania Trump's personal advisor. So with all the stuff that happened when she came out and made the comments about the Epstein stuff, he and I spoke about it. So I'm going to run that so we can watch that. And as soon as they're done chowing down, I'll come back to it. Hey, everybody, I've got a great interview for you today. I'm with Mark Beckman, who's the advisor to Melania Trump, but he is also the CEO of DMA United. He's also the author of the new book, Some Future Day, How AI is Going to Change Everything. Mark, thank you for being on the show again. AI in a future day is going to change everything, or is AI already changing things?
Barry, first, thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate it. We are here. The world is changing fundamentally because of artificial intelligence. It's improving people's lives in their career, in their homes, their communities. And this is what my book does, Barry. It breaks down for the average person, for your audience. If you are watching Barry's show and you're curious about how you could use artificial intelligence today to make your career, your family, and your community better, but you don't have like a deep tech background, I provide my readers with all of the tools required so that they can use AI today. And that's what it's about. We're quickly seeing artificial intelligence become the underpinning of every business sector across America. From the creative industries like fashion, art, music, sports, entertainment, to education. The First Lady of the United States speaks about that a lot. We have AI driving our war in Iran right now. So defense, actually, this my favorite part of my book is this post-nuclear age, which is fueled by artificial intelligence. I talk about that quite a bit in the book. This is what's happening. So it's important for people to not fear new technology, but rather to embrace it and see how they could benefit from it.
When I first had you on the show a while back, you were advocating AI, and since then it has just, I mean, it seems like it's exploding every other day. But since the first time I talked to you, it seems like we've gone through a master's degree of information that just keeps coming, and I think that's because of the self-learning and what it's doing. But the problem that I see, especially with people here who watch my show, they still haven't gotten on board, and the fear is keeping them from embracing this. How can we together begin getting people to understand, yes, it's new, yes, it may be scary, but you have to embrace it?
I'm proud to share, Barry, that my book went to #1 on Amazon for artificial intelligence. And I think it's for the reason that you're stating. I think most people discovered my book and realized this is a really simple way for beginners to break into AI, to figure out how to enhance their career, their families, and their community. It's a starting point. I list all of the tools. I provide advice and go-to strategy at the end of every single chapter. And it went to #1. I was really, I'm very proud of that, actually. It's really impactful. And the publisher just gave me a new deal. We're starting to work on my third book, but this will also be looking at a different part of artificial intelligence.
So as of today, if somebody's like, all right, I'm ready to dip my toes in the water here, what do I do first? Because between Gemini and ChatGPT and, of course, Grok and all these different platforms, what's the easiest way for people to acclimate themselves?
Well, a lot of the brand names that you just mentioned are large language models. And what they're great for, you landed right on the sweet spot. What they're great for is search. Anybody could use it. They're giving Google a real run, traditional Google search, a real run for its money. And I think we're looking at right now a little bit more than 10% of the population is now leveraging artificial intelligence for search purposes. The benefits are, there are a multitude of benefits from using search. First is that you essentially have the ability to scrape the entire corpus of data and information that humanity has built that is now put together digitally. The second piece is, how annoying is it, Barry, when you go into like Google for a traditional search and the companies that are advertising are just pushing directly into your face. And then finally, when you do traditional search, once you go ahead and prompt it, the search isn't over. Now you have links, and then you got to go and do more work. And what's great with a lot of these search engines that you mentioned, Grok, ChatGPT, the AI search engines, is it allows for the individual doing the search, doing the research, to have a summarized answer with links that they could go back and verify the data, which is always important. So you could do that. You could do the research. And then let's say you want to take that research and stand up a business model, an advertising campaign, a social media campaign, whatever it might be. You could then ask ChatGPT or Grok to help you with those elements too. So if you like where they're landing and it's providing the information that you see is important and to your mission, and then you validate it with the links back to the sources, then you could take that data and make something of it. It could be a simple letter, a memorandum. It could be a report. It could be a business plan. It could be the beginning of an advertising campaign for small business owners.
You know, it's funny. We mentioned the fear of the unknown for people who have never used it. You produced the Melania movie, so you're involved in Hollywood-style productions. With what Dance is doing and some of these other platforms and how they're making, little movies per se. What do you think the fear is from established directors and producers into regards of what like some of these models can do?
Sure. Well, first, let me tell you, the First Lady was very strict about not using artificial intelligence for anything. So every element that you see there is born out of true content creation, whether it's the videography or the voiceover, the music, it's all authentic. It's all original. But to your point, Hollywood is about to go through a major transformation. If you look back at the top 10 movies from 2025, most of them are films that are sequels. And what that means is that we're going to see a moment in time now where actors who perhaps prefer to stay on their couch in their Tony home in Hollywood Hills can go ahead and monetize their name, their likeness, and their voice through the use of artificial intelligence. It would make sense, particularly with a lot of these animated series. We don't have to get these huge celebrities off their couch. The digital files are incredible. We did launch with the First Lady of the United States of America the most high-profile AI-fueled book. So she did use artificial intelligence, and this is why the administration is using her a lot to lead AI initiatives with American children today. She was the most high-profile individual to launch a book through the use of AI. But what she did was painstaking. Her attention to detail is incredible. So although it's a synthetic replica of her voice, if you get the audiobook, you could buy it, for example, on melaniatrump.com if anybody's interested, melaniatrump.com. You'll see the voice replication is uncanny, but the AI doesn't have the ability to perfectly find every incantation, every pause, every breath. And what the First Lady did then is she went into the studio with the producers to ensure that all of the artificial intelligence tone and pace was aligned, perfectly aligned with her, with the way she speaks. So it's pretty incredible at that level too.
So I saw the press conference she did with women leaders from across the world, and she walked out with the robot, and that by itself freaked a lot of people out. The robot was talking and was introducing people and did everything else. A robot is not AI, but is fueled by AI. Is that correct? Can you tell the difference between robotics and AI?
Correct. So
Kieran Bohan, you were association president. What is the security considerations like when a president arrives
The
at the
security
Washington Hilton?
obviously is taken very seriously, and there are meetings way in advance with the White House Correspondents Association, the Secret Service, the hotel staff. There is a lot of planning that is put into an event like this. You've got 2,600 people in that ballroom, not to mention all of the people in the hotel. I was at the venue earlier, and there were protesters outside. There was a security perimeter. In fact,
I rewound on the other feed to before the time happened. So the guy, the mentalist, is about to talk to President Trump, and we'll see if the guy with the rifle presents himself. How the hell he got a rifle into this event? Who is, oh my goodness. All right, so what you're seeing on your screen, I pushed it back a few minutes, so we're looking to catch up. I've got C-SPAN live as well. So we can cut to that. But it looks like they were just evacuated. Doesn't look like anything actually happened yet. You're going to see it. So, all right, now pay attention here. Let's see what happens. Let me go to full screen. I've got the volume all the way up so we can hear if a shot goes off. So hold on 1 second. Let's see it full screen. I see some of you guys are asking what happened. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen next to me, I rewound so we can see the moment, whatever it is, happens. On the live screen, they're just sitting there eating. So, all right, here's where it happens, right here. Here it goes. It happens right now. Oh, they cut it. Oh my God. They cut it. Oh, so sorry. They cut it. I guess they don't want people seeing it. But it happened right at that moment that they cut. Let me see if C-SPAN's got any information.
What happened, all we heard was yelling and being Secret Service, and yes, I'm okay. Thank you. And then Secret Service running on tables, and luckily I have C-SPAN employees near me just reassuring me that we're all okay. But yeah, President Trump obviously has been removed from the room.
Hey, Malika, were you close? This is Peter. Were you close enough to see the Secret Service take Mr. and Mrs. Trump out?
I was close enough, but I was under the table, so I did not see it firsthand.
Really? What made you? Was there a noise? Were there loud noises? Did it sound like shots?
I did not hear any shots. You just heard yelling and just commotion, like someone yelling through the room, or maybe someone came in. I'm really not sure what happened.
And did somebody tell you to duck, or did you just instinctively get under the table?
After shots were fired at the Correspondents' Dinner. We are now just learning details. It is all brand new. Let's bring in John Roberts. He's on the phone with me right now. John, what can you tell us more about this shooting?
Well, it didn't appear to actually occur inside the ballroom where we're all assembled for this dinner. The president up on the dais along with the press secretary, the first lady, a number of other dignitaries, and of course, literally every member of the cabinet inside the room, a lot of them sitting with us here at Fox. All we heard was the sudden rushing and commotion, and the Secret Service and all of the various agencies that protect people like Speaker Mike Johnson, who was here, came rushing into the room. People were told to get down. They started taking the protectees out. The president was whisked out of here in a heartbeat, along with everybody else who was on the head table up on the dais. It doesn't appear that anything happened inside the room. I'm hearing reports from inside the room here that if there were shots fired, it was outside of the room. But out of an abundance of caution, obviously, because you don't know if it's a single person or if there may be others attached to whatever happened, that they got everybody out of here. I've been to so many of these Correspondents Association dinners. Nothing even remotely like this has ever happened. But the fact that this is President Trump's first time being at this dinner, the controversy, obviously, that a lot of people on the left see about the Iran war and various other things that this administration has pursued. I mean, it's obviously not outside of the realm of possibility that something like this would happen. And certainly, Erica Kirk's just being taken out right beside me. You can imagine the trauma that she's experiencing right now after what happened in Utah last year. So, I mean, a lot of people very upset. I think the dinner, for all intents and purposes, is over at this point. But we're just trying to figure out what's going to happen from here on.
Right. Now, John, are you in the room, and were you able to hear any of the shots?
No, nobody. We're at tables that are up close to the very front of this room. We didn't hear any noise at all. The only indication we had that something was amiss is when the Secret Service, Capitol Police came rushing into the room to get the protectees, and the president was quickly whisked off of the stage. The counter-assault team from the Secret Service came out with their weapons ready to fire if necessary in case the threat actually entered the room. And I'm being told by my wife sitting beside me that the event is officially over. It's just going to take some time to clear the room, which is really a shame because everybody had very much looked forward to hearing from the president tonight, this being the first White House Correspondents Association dinner that he had attended.
Exactly. Very shocking information. Do we know if any? I know you don't know a lot of information. You're inside the room, but is there any word on anybody injured? We know one person is arrested. Like you said, the Secret Service was able to apparently detain the shooter. This is something for us not in D.C. who have never been to a White House Correspondents Dinner. Give us the layout, the location, and how this was even able to happen, John.
Well, first of all, the Correspondents' Dinner takes place in a huge ballroom here in the Washington Hilton, which, of course, is famous from back in the 1980s. This is where Ronald Reagan was shot after attending an event here. There might be a shooter that's dead in the lobby, possibly. He was walking back out to get it back into his limousine when he was shot. So obviously, that's something that is, gone along with the reputation of this hotel over the decades. I've never seen anything like this happen here since then, though. And in terms of anybody being injured at the dinner itself, I didn't see anybody injured. There was a huge commotion. There are probably a couple of thousand people at the very least who are jammed in this room literally like sardines. Right. And the fact that I haven't seen anybody who's injured, considering how people were sort of climbing over tables and ducking down under the tables, really is quite remarkable. You think that there might be at least some bumps and bruises, but nothing that I've seen at this point.
Yeah, I can't imagine how scary that would be to live through, John. Just take us through those moments of what you heard. You said the president was rushed away, the Speaker of the House. What else were you seeing and hearing?
Yeah, I'm hearing reports that the shooter may have been engaged by Secret Service outside.
Right. Yes, that's what we have been also seeing. The Secret Service was able to scoop in and arrest and detain the shooter. We don't know how many shots were fired, but we do know that it was outside of the ballroom, not where all of the people are packed in like sardines, as John Roberts has said. We know we have a lot of Fox News people on air and off air that are at this dinner, right, John? I mean, this is a room full of very important political people as well, right?
Why am I not surprised? The president says he's coming back.
I think we may have lost John Roberts on the phone, but we do have.
I'm still here.
Okay, John. Hey.
I'm still here. Brett's here as well. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Brett.
let's take Brett. Thanks, Brett Baer. Talk to us about what happened.
Hey, we're trying to figure out exactly where the shot was fired from. There's some talk that it was fired from the lighting box above the door that heads to the lobby. And we don't, as John was saying, we don't know if anyone was hit, but we're getting word that the shooter may have been hit. It happened so quickly that you heard this crash, and then the Secret Service ran in. The president was out in moments, and everybody went under the table. I mean, I'm talking the entire ballroom started to go under their tables, and the Secret Service started running, guns drawn. They had the CAT team out, and the president and the first lady were out, as well as the vice president, in a matter of seconds. But we're trying to get info about where the shot was. There's at least two people saying that they thought came from the light box above the doors to the lobby, and we're trying to get ground truth on that.
Right. Brett, I know that you're there at the scene. What was the security like in even entering this building that someone could have even gotten close enough to fire shots within that range, or within the lobby, as you think maybe where it did happen?
It was a tight security. I mean, you had to go through magnetometers to get into the dining room. You had to get through magnetometers to get through this. And, you know, but this seemed like it was outside the hall itself, or at least looking into the hall. There are some lighting boxes like for lights in the ceiling, and that's where I'm saying that there's some reports that may have come out of there. So, listen, we're going to talk to some of the Secret Service guys here and see if we can get some ground truth. But this is, you can't believe how 2,000 plus people go under their table, and the rushing around for the Secret Service.
Absolutely. Brett, what was it like in that moment? It had to be quite scary to be seeing the president swept away and other dignitaries.
Yeah, I'm walking right now in front of the dais and being escorted out here, and you know, everybody left like in seconds, and all you heard was this big boom, and then people started running.
Wow. Are you seeing anyone that may have been hurt from trying to escape? We know you mentioned possibly shots fired, a person in custody. That person may or may not have been shot. We're, of course, developing and trying to confirm the details of the shooting. We don't know yet if anyone has been injured. That was not the shooter. But the Secret Service swooped in immediately after shots were fired. Thankfully, Brett, as you said, not within this room full of a couple of thousands of people. That person did not make it that far.
I mean, I can't tell you whether it was in or not, but we are walking towards the place where they think it was happening.
Okay. It is, of course, a situation that I'm sure they're trying to cordon off parts for safety for this investigation, for those still there. But it seems as though, Brett, that the threat has been neutralized. There's no continuing threat at this point, right? You are able to move around.
That's right.
And feel safe.
People are starting to exit the building, and with security.
Right. This is an event that really an iconic event. Right. You've been to this event for years. Is this something, I mean, people would not expect this to happen at an event in D.C. where the president, security top notch.
Yeah, the president It sounds like we might have lost Fred. It's John. Have you still got me?
Yes, I got you, John. We're here. We're listening to anything you're learning and seeing.
Yeah, I think that we might have lost Brett for a second. The cell service isn't terrific here.
Right.
But you could imagine, you know, the trauma that some of the people who were here tonight experienced. As I mentioned a moment ago, Erica Kirk was one of our guests here at one of our Fox tables, and she was taken up by her security, just literally right in front of me, and the look on her face. I mean, clearly, you know, she must have been going back to that moment in Utah, and then remember the event that she was supposed to have with J.D. Vance in Ohio that she canceled because of security threats. So when you consider the number of dignitaries that were here, from the President of the United States to the Vice President.
Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today.
Ground security. And if, as Brett said, whatever it was that happened came from a light box above a set of doors that I'm looking at right now, I don't know how you would access that, but it may be accessible from the floor above. And it may be that the layer of security on the floor above wasn't what it is here. So I would imagine that any opening that has access to this room would have been subject to heavy scrutiny. Do you have me back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, John, these are...
So I think we got Brett back.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Brett,
listen,
what are you learning?
I'm in the Fox News 30-year party room we are holding here, and as we were coming in here, the Secret Service CAT team came in, and they're still going through each room. They're going room by room, checking rooms. They are telling us that we are going to leave now because they are still searching room to room. So we are hearing rumors that there was somebody that was engaged and that maybe someone has been shot, and that it may be the shooter, but we have no information. And right now, these guys are coming in. We're going out this way, sir. And they are... Someone's hanging in the back room? Okay. All right, let's go. Follow this guy.
Yeah. For those tuning in, we are listening to Brett Baer. He is live on the ground inside the hotel where the White House Correspondents Dinner is taking place. We are getting real live updates from our team there in the room. We've heard from a Fox News producer who was there that said they heard at least 6 shots, what sounded like gunshots. Again, these are observations from people on the ground, nothing official yet coming from any of the investigators or the authorities, but it seems like a very scary situation happening at the Correspondents' Dinner. I want to bring in Kevin Cork, who is here in New York City, who I was just speaking to about the White House Correspondents' Dinner off air before we had to break in.
So I'm going to cut right back to that. Obviously, this is the second time I've had to deal with this live while we're on air. It just makes your whole body shake. It makes you just completely freak out. What the hell is going on in this country right now? But luckily, they were able to get President Trump out of there very quickly. He, Melania, J.D. Vance, I'm sure Pete Hegseth. I did see somebody, it looked like RFK Jr., but I'm not going to speculate at this point. I'm trying to get as many live reports here as possible, but you couldn't get this close to this event if you weren't allowed to get that close to the event. I think every single one of you right now knows the President of the United States was there. There should have been no way anybody got close with a weapon.
Rushing the president out quickly is all protocol. Again, we're not sure of any possible injuries or circumstances that may have been the result of this particular attack, but I can tell you, having been to many of these, it is an absolute shock to even consider for a moment that this could happen.
Kevin, I am with you. I do have an update from our team on the ground that the suspect, has been detained by Secret Service, and that the President of the United States, Kevin, will return. The event will go on, is what we're hearing from our team on the ground. He will return to the podium, and sounds like after they've swept the property where this is taking place, that to me, I don't know about you, Kevin, indicates that this threat has been neutralized. They have this person in custody. They feel that it's safe enough for people to return, for the president to return and continue this dinner. What are your thoughts?
We're getting conflicting reports about whether or not the president will in fact return. But I will just say this, knowing his personality, it would not surprise me that he wants to return. But obviously, security being what it is, that was not proper.
No. Melania, grab him. Hell no. I know he wants to, just like he did fight. But no, do not go back.
They are trying to gather information as we're speaking firsthand from what's happening. But again, I think you were given excellent insights, Kevin, about the levels of security for this event. In fact, I believe someone is on stage. Can we take what's happening live on the stage there in the ballroom?
We will have more details to share also momentarily, but for now, please just be patient as we figure out just how much time it will be, but it shouldn't be that much longer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're looking right there at Weijia Zhang, who, of course, leads the association and was making comments about what will happen as the progress, or rather as the investigation progresses, but also as the evening goes on. It sounds as if they're going to make some tough decisions about how they will best move forward. And I'm not surprised that they would not want the wanton behavior of one individual to take away from what should be a celebration, not just of democracy, but also to celebrate the free press. And we are now getting word that the President of the United States, as Chandler and I were discussing a few moments ago, will in fact make his way back to the stage at the Hilton there. And that is not a surprise. For those of us who know him, who've been around him, he seems like the kind of person who would say, there's no way I'm not going to finish this show if at all possible. And that's the word we are getting at this hour as we continue to watch the scene unfold there. I just want to draw your attention to one thing. You do see the National Guard, which has been in and around the nation's capital now for quite some time. Their presence has really made it a much safer city. So it's not a surprise that they would be there in a fulsome detail on a night like this, where you have obviously thousands of people trying to get in and out of not just the building, but the general area. I mentioned to Chandler the perimeter, which is extensive. As we take a look here, looks like they are absolutely setting up to continue the program as well. They should, again, assuming that everything is safe. And as we just heard, that they do have an individual in custody. And that would seem to mean that there is no longer a dangerous circumstance in the building. And if that is the case, they're going to get the president right back out there. I did want to also mention one other thing as I continue to monitor the situation, both what you see and some of what you may not see. It does take a while to bring the audience back into that particular room. It is a massive room, and the idea of bringing everyone back inside who wants to participate tonight should take some time. Let me welcome back our anchor of Special Report and our managing editor, Brett Baer. Brett, how are things looking from your vantage point at this hour?
Yeah, I tell you what, Kevin, this is, it was just scary, and it was still developing as I was on the phone there, as we kind of went to a holding area where we had a pre-party Fox held before the event, and in the basement of the Hilton. And as we were sitting there getting people together to see how we could egress to get out, three heavily armed CAT team members with rifles and full gear came in, saying that they were going room to room, and there was a report that somebody was in one of the rooms, and they were clearing the rooms one by one. They told us to run out of the room and to get out of the building, and led us down a hallway. There is a lot of police presence right outside the building. As we were going out, I saw FBI Director Kash Patel and Erica Kirk was being consoled by some of her folks that obviously she was very shaken up, and she was right next to us and was under the table, and didn't get a chance to talk to Kash Patel, but there was still a sweeping going on inside the building. So while the president's saying that he's coming back, I think that there is a lot going on still, going room to room inside the convention hall at Capitol Hilton.
Brett, while we have you, listen, I know you've covered the Pentagon. I know you've been in some pretty precarious circumstances. I'm just curious, from your personal vantage point, how concerned were you about your safety and that of your beautiful wife and all of your colleagues who were there in the building?
Yeah, I was really concerned. I mean, I heard shots, and everybody dove down. I was sitting next to the Homeland Security Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, his staff, security.
Unless they can tell him how this guy got a gun in, I assume it's a guy, how that is possible that he could have gotten a gun in there, or did he plant it there beforehand and then was able to go through the magtrometer? I cannot believe President Trump is coming back out. But then again, I can believe it. We saw what he did when he got shot in Butler. We saw how he said, fight, fight, fight. But my gosh, I mean, This is insane where we are. And I'm sure there's people on X right now happy. Oh, they should have I can't even imagine. I know some of you guys are freaked out. Some of you guys are pissed. Some of you guys are pissed and freaked out at the same time, which is probably why he wants to go back on. I saw somebody in the chat say, are we supposed to laugh after this? He knows that. At this point, this guy has got the weight of this country on his shoulders, knowing people want to kill him, and he's still going to come out here. SV, what you got, man? This is crazy. He needs to go.
I stepped away. I stepped away for 15 minutes to make a sandwich, and I come back to this. This is crazy. No, I mean, holy crap.
I had the interview on, and I had it on a smaller screen, a picture in picture, and I saw everybody kind of move up. I'm like, what the hell is happening? Not again. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. So
TDS is going to hurt somebody. Obviously, it's hurting a lot of people.
I wonder how the media how does the media handle this? How does the media in their event, they invite the president to come. At their event, they couldn't even get it right. But I mean, it had to be an inside job. Had to be somebody involved.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because they scan the whole building days in advance. So, somebody slipped something in. I mean, this has like, the JFK kind of vibes to me.
Yeah,
a little bit.
And RFK. Yeah, and Reagan. Reagan got shot at this hotel. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Let me clip back to Fox and see what they got.
All right.
Back.
So the way I understand it, I can't get close to the lobby, as you can understand, Kevin. But I understand the shooter's down, dead. Dead or shot. So, and there was an eyewitness that saw a rifle, and evidently, C-SPAN put some footage online. That people are looking at, so you might be able to see. But, I mean, by the time I look left to see the commotion, I look right, the president was gone. They had him and the vice president out. So they reacted rapidly.
Brett Baer and Brian Kilmeade joining us. Let's welcome David Spunt into the conversation. David, what can you offer tonight?
Kevin, I was sitting toward the back of the room. I heard what sounded like 4 gunshots very quickly, pop, 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 pop. People immediately got under the tables. Very chaotic scene, as Brian and Brett said. I was in the back and saw Kash Patel, the FBI director, quickly be escorted out. People were underneath tables, as I said, hiding under chairs, waiting for some sort of guidance for what was going on in the room from Secret Service or for someone to yell out and say, the room's clear, it's okay, whatnot. We never heard that. We never got that. Granted, this is a room that fit almost 1,000 people, if not maybe a little bit more with staff. So it was certainly something that clearly shook many people up. We're still waiting for answers. I'm outside of the building right now. Heavy police presence. We did hear some ambulances. We saw some members of the SWAT team. There's a helicopter you may be able to hear behind my voice right now. That's just circling the area right now. But everything happened very quickly. I was in the middle of a conversation with a colleague, and I heard bang, 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 and we just immediately got down under the chairs, knew to get under the table just as soon as possible. And then at that point, eventually people started to come up and really realize what had happened. But we've still got no official word yet, Kevin, and we're waiting for that official word to see what happened. People have different stories about what happened, but we're waiting to get those official announcements for what happened.
Let me ask you, David, you said you heard the pop, 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 pop. Did you know immediately that was gunfire?
I knew immediately it was gunfire when people started screaming and got down on the ground. It sounded like just a loud bang at first. And you think in a room like this with the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Secretary of War, all of these people, the FBI Director, the First Lady, I mean, the most secure room in the world, perhaps, right, at that moment. And it just was very surprising to think that would happen. So, no, that did not go through my mind at first. But clearly, when people started dropping to the ground quickly, we knew we had to take cover and we knew we had to stay safe. But you don't think something like that would happen in what probably would be considered the safest room in the world. on the planet at that exact time that all of those important people were in the room.
That's what makes this all the more perplexing. It's just incredible that this could possibly happen. David Spunt, our justice correspondent, speaking there. We want to welcome Sean Hannity to the program now. And Sean, what did you see from where you were?
Kevin, I'm not there. I have a perfect track record. I've never been to Nerd Prom, so in all the years I've been doing this, but I have been in touch with top officials at the White House. This is what I can tell you. And the details are actually pretty specific now, that the shooter charged the magnetometer closest to the front door, took a shot at a uniformed division service agent. And he, at that point, they don't know whether they haven't confirmed if he's alive. Yeah, the shooter is in custody, I'm told, at this point. Everyone is okay. And the last thing I can tell you is that, the White House does not want him to go back, but I'm sorry, what? I'm having a hard time hearing. And anyway, the president does want to go back. The shooter took a shot at a Secret Service member just at the ballroom, which, Kevin, you raise a good point. How did he get it to that point? The agent returned fire. Nobody knows for sure at this moment whether he's alive or dead. And then it's created chaos in the room. But what we can tell you for sure is that this was, multiple shots at the closest magnetometer closest to the front door, and took a shot at a uniformed division Secret Service agent. And anyway, at that point, we don't know the condition of him for sure. We do know the president was escorted to safety. Everybody in the room, I'm told, is safe and secure. And now the question is, I'm sure that the Secret Service is not going to want him to return to that room, but every indication is the president wants to go back.
Let me ask you, Sean, you know him better than most anyone. Have you had a chance to call him, text him, and what's your sense? Will he, in fact, make his way? I would predict that if it's at all possible, he's going to get back in there.
Unless they put him in a harness, which they may do. I can see him walking back in that room. We all remember Butler. We all remember that iconic moment. We all remember fight, fight, fight. And that is his personality. He does not back down. And that makes him, this unique historical figure that he is, Kevin. You cover him every day. We cover him every day. And I've known this man for 30 years. It breaks my heart. I cannot believe, and you were making this point earlier, that this now a third time that this has happened. There's got to be, a reconfiguration here on some level. This is a breakdown as far as I'm concerned. Other people in the room obviously heard the shooting. I heard Brett's report, and we saw the chaos ensue. All the cabinet officials in the room, they were being put under the table. Everybody else, I know Fox has security in the room. They were putting all the talent under the table. Yeah. It's shocking, to say the least. You would think this is the most secure room in Washington tonight, and not so. It just didn't happen. I pray to God nobody got hurt. As of now, there's no reports that anyone has, and I'm glad they got the president out of there. I will tell you this: I know a lot of Secret Service agents. I know Sean Curran. They are the best at what they do. However, there's just such a hostile environment out here that the rhetoric has got to come down. I'll say it bluntly.
Yeah. We have been talking about that. You and I have been talking about that. And I think there's a national conversation that obviously needs to happen with respect to the tone and the tenor of political.
I'm so sick of them talking about, let's take the tone down. No, we have to shut them up. At this point, repeal Smith-Munt, get the FCC on these people. Forget the tone it down. Make them tone it down. Take them off the air. Stop it. Elon Musk, get on X. Tear it up. Make all these people free speech my ass. Free speech does not allow you to talk this way about killing the president and things of that nature. Hassan Pike, or whatever his name is, when he was talking about somebody should go ahead and take out Rick Scott. You got to stop this stuff right now. Absolutely stop it. unreal. And I, I'm not overreacting, but I'm saying he should not go back on stage tonight. But we know what kind of guy he is. He wants to show I am not afraid. But I hope he turns to his right and talks to that woman, his wife, and looks in her face, because if you notice when they show all the commotion happening, the two women sitting next to him were his wife and pregnant Caroline Levitt, and both of those women had to dive under tables. And then as you see them escort people away, somebody obviously fell. It looks like it might have been Melania based on where the location was, and I just can't imagine what this woman is going through. If you saw the Melania movie, you know she was terrified about having to do a parade. This is just way too much. Way too much. Which should tell you something else. I saw some comments where you guys were like, let's say a prayer. Let's go with more than a prayer. This man is obviously shielded with the armor of God. How many times that we know of, we've seen two of them live. We've watched him go through 2 assassination attempts on live television. 2. We knew about the guy crawling around in the bushes at the golf course. Those are just the ones we know about. We don't know what happens that they don't disclose. And, I don't know if he's like a cat with 9 lives, but damn. How much more can this one man take? It's only April. I'm not going to come out and say this is going to be something that's going to seal the midterms or anything like that, because it's way too long. But at this point, it is time to go scorched earth, completely scorched earth. Do whatever you need to do. Drag these judges in jail. Drag, Chris Murphy, Hakeem Jeffries. Do it all. If I sound angry, because I am flipping angry right now. Ugh, crazy.
Inside the main ballroom, expecting that the evening will continue in some form or fashion. I want to see if do we still have Brian Kilmeade? Couldn't hear that. Let's see if we've got my good friend Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday. Shannon, you and I have been to many of these. This will be unlike any of the others. What can you tell us about what you've seen so far? We're going to see if we can't get a cleaner signal from Shannon. We don't quite hear her very well. Let's see if we can't get Trey Yingst into this conversation. Trey, Kevin Cork with you as we continue our coverage here on Fox News Channel. The Washington Hilton main ballroom still full for the most part, despite an attempt shooting. There was a shooting. I'm not sure if it was an attempt on the president's life or just to create chaos. We understand from multiple reporting tonight, multiple reports, that the gunman has been interdicted, and I'm not sure if this person is in custody, alive, or shot. We continue to get conflicting reports on that, but we do know that they are attempting to resume the evening. We heard Wei Zhejiang say as much. Want to welcome Trey into the conversation. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Kevin, right now we are inside of the ballroom, and people are waiting to see what will come next after this security incident that took place. Just to give you a sense of what it was like in the moments after this began, remember, this is a room filled with not only journalists, but nearly the entire cabinet of the administration, the president and the vice president. And right when this took place, everyone hit the ground, people going under tables, and the cabinet secretaries were very quickly rushed out of the room. Just before the event began, they checked in with their security, and so there was an understanding of where all the cabinet secretaries were located, where the president and vice president were on the stage. As the security event was unfolding, these teams immediately got to the cabinet secretaries and ushered them out of this ballroom at the Washington Hilton. Right now, the ballroom is still filled. This is a lockdown situation. No one is allowed in or out of the area, and a bunch of the tension has subsided right now. People are waiting to see what will come next. The president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Zhang, came to the podium very briefly and said that she would update people. There are questions about which administration officials are still here and if the president is still in the area and if this night will even go on. But again, a very tense moment. Yeah. And it appears that the police presence on the scene has gotten much larger outside, as you can see from those images. And again, inside the ballroom here, people just trying to gather what information they can on their phones. Remember, this is a ballroom that is filled with journalists, people who are covering the nation's capital and this president. And now this has become the news. And so
if you notice, that last guy that they were taking out looked like RFK Jr., and he didn't look like he was moving quickly. It looked like almost he was stunned or possibly injured. I mean, I saw the hair, it looked like him. Too much.
The response was immediate, and that was part of the reason that they were able to get the president, the vice president out, and many of these cabinet secretaries so quickly.
Trey, let me ask you, from where you are, what's your sense of how people are doing? Are they just going about it as if, well, that was something, or do you get the sense that people really want out of that room and they want to head home?
There are many people that want to leave.
Okay, so I have a President Trump posted on True Social. Let's go ahead and bring that in. And, oh, my thing is broke. Let me bring that in a second. I'm going to have to recalibrate something right here real quick. Let me do that so you guys can see it. I knew something was going on with my camera and my feeds. Hold on one second. I'll let you guys listen to that while I reconfigure and bring that in.
Was immediate. People getting any sort of cover they could. They weren't sure if this was inside of the ballroom or out at that moment. And so the chaos of the moment really undercut the immediate questions. And those immediate questions were, A, where was the president, the vice president, and, of course, those cabinet secretaries? At this moment right now inside of the ballroom, it is a lockdown situation. No one is in or out, Kevin. But we do know we expect to get an update from the White House Correspondents Association president, who, again, came to the podium minutes ago and said that there would be some sort of update on the situation about whether or not this event will continue. But again, what we know, limited information, still trying to gather the facts of what took place just outside of this ballroom. But a significant security incident in the nation's capital. The president is safe, the vice president is safe, and those cabinet secretaries ushered from this dinner as others who were here.
Okay, so this is what President Trump just posted literally at 9:17, 5 minutes ago. Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it all over again. So I'm not sure if he's saying that they're going to have to reschedule, but he is going to allow law enforcement, Secret Service, to decide how this thing is going to go on, if it's going to go on at all.
And Kevin, just to give you a sense of the security going into this event, right? This is an event, and just one moment, stay with me here, Kevin.
He's not coming back.
We are told by Fox's Aisha Hasmi that the president is not coming back. That is the latest reporting that we have, according to a White House staffer. But to give you a sense of the security going into this event.
Okay, so if they've admitted that, and you just saw what President Trump said, let me go ahead and just put that back up again, because that's an important thing that she just said. It says, quite an evening, blah, blah, blah. The shooter's been apprehended. I recommend that we let the show go on, but I will be entirely guided by law enforcement. So that means law enforcement, Secret Service, FBI, whoever else has said, you ain't going back. Nope. Too dangerous, you're not going back, which means they haven't truly secured the scene yet. They don't know who's involved. They don't know what is what. They have the shooter himself apprehended as President Trump is, but they don't know if he was working with somebody. Was he working with one of the waiters? Where's the food? Where's the water? Did the water get poisoned? There's so many things, and they probably just said, we can't secure you. If you go there, we have no idea if one of the 2,000 people in that room has the ability to do something. Is there a second shooter? Is it a cell? We don't know. And because we don't know, you can't go.
That took place in the nation's capital.
Trey, let me ask you a question. I remember the magnetometers, there are several layers of them, including right when you first walk into the Hilton. But to get to the ballroom, you've got to go up that escalator. So I'm just curious, how would this potential gunman get in and up the escalator in order to affect this particular attack?
Yeah, it's a great question. And look, there is a perimeter to these events, a perimeter that requires you to show a ticket to get into this area, and a perimeter even once you are inside. There are at least 3 different locations where someone is not only checking a ticket, but looking at the people that are coming into this area.
That's right.
And so there are major questions about how anyone who is armed could get this close to the president or people in this ballroom. But also just questions broadly about...
I don't want President Trump to continue with this event. What I would like him to do is get, Caroline's about to have her baby, but turn on the cameras in the Oval Office. Turn on the cameras in the Oval Office and address the nation. That's what I think he should do. Here, you can check it out again.
Will resume, according to an announcement that was just made. We do not know if the president is coming back.
Conflicting reports.
There are now conflicting reports, and our team here on the ground, Fox's Aisha Hasni, and others speaking with Trump administration officials, trying to get clarity on where the president is at this moment, if he will return to the evening. But again, there was just an announcement made inside the ballroom that the event will begin again soon.
I understand that this is a scholarship event, and I understand that this is a celebration of democracy and free speech and the sometimes contentious relationship between the leaders in this country and the press. But I'm just curious how on earth you go back to sitting down and telling jokes and having an evening continue after this particular attack. But again, the word we're getting from Trey right now is they do hope to resume this program. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's check back. Do we have Shannon Bream on a clearer signal, folks? We don't. We're going to keep working on that. In the meantime, Trey, let me ask you one more thing while I have you. Based on what you've seen in the hallway, and I know you're sort of in the main ballroom, but I do know that there are plenty of doors in and out as we see our shot move just a bit. Are people milling out now, little by little, or is everything completely on lockdown?
Yeah, Kevin, at this point, it remains on lockdown, and we are hearing mixed reports from Trump administration officials as to whether or not President Trump will return to this event. Just to give you some more color, Kevin, into what it was like in the moments after this security incident took place. You saw not only cabinet officials being ushered out, but you saw President Trump's top advisor, Dan Scavino, as he was being ushered out by police and security officials here. He turned to the crowd and started to chant USA, USA, USA. And this, again, it was a reminder almost of how the president was after there was an attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. It was a similar moment where, again, Scavino just turning to the crowd to chant USA, a message to the world that this security incident was not going to stop the president from speaking. And just stay with me 1 second. And we're just gathering as much information as we can here. But again, it appears this program, Kevin, is going to resume in the moments ahead.
Very interesting decision right there. Let's welcome Brian Kilmeade back into the conversation. Brian, I'm surprised that they would give this another go. Just because I obviously, out of an abundance of caution, I would probably not allow the president to return if I were in his security detail. Again, understanding that he is the boss. Your viewpoint, as it appears that they're going to try to continue to celebrate the First Amendment and resume the evening at the Correspondents' Dinner.
I mean, the thing is, he does not want an incident to stop what we're supposed to do. I mean, that whole thing about from terrorism when it first burst on the scene, 9/11, got to go back to your life. Don't let terrorism stop you. And if the Secret Service says we cleared the facility, we cleared the facility. I will just relay to you the information that I got. You know, I was sitting next to Tulsi Gabbard. Literally, she was right to my right. Immediately after I smelled the gunpowder, I see the frantic running up the center aisle. Evidently, now we're learning that the shooting happened in the lobby, but they quickly went and grabbed the cabinet secretaries. The first one I saw that they grabbed almost abruptly was RFK. And meanwhile, when I looked up at the podium, I'm talking 5 seconds, the whole podium was empty. President, the vice president, other side of the dais, they were gone. And then I looked over it, and there's Markwayne Mullin. They get him out. Then they get Sean Duffy out. And I watch RFK get out. And, I mean, I don't know a cabinet secretary that wasn't at this event. They were all there. In fact, I was able to go with Rachel and Sean into the cabinet secretary's own get-together before. So I saw every single one of them. And I'm trying to think to myself who was missing. You know, I even saw the...
So I've got another feed open with C-SPAN. C-SPAN has announced he is coming back. So I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see if he does end up coming back. That would be incredible if he were to come back on stage after all of this. So I'll stay with it and let's see what happens here.
Commenters everywhere. They literally were patting everybody down again. And they went through everything again. So how someone got to the point where they apparently had a gun is beyond me and got through. It must be something that was planned way ahead of time. And we did hear when we got back into the Fox room, I get in there, and when Secret Service came in fully armed up with bulletproof vests on, and they said, "Come with us, there's someone here hiding." Now, whether they were saying that to get us out, I'm not sure. So they grabbed us through the kitchen, and we went out through the kitchen, and on my right, I saw Kash Patel, and one of the main people they got out is, believe it or not, on my table is Erica Kirk, obviously traumatized, under the table. They grabbed her. Kash Patel was with her for a second, and then he was working the scene. So literally, you couldn't have had more officials in one place. I don't think you have more, besides the team picture, I don't know of another place to get all the officials.
Yeah, I agree completely. Brian, stay with us. Want to welcome our managing editor and anchor of Special Report, Bret Baier, back into the conversation. Bret, it is not lost on those of us who have covered the presidency what happened to Ronald Reagan at the very same building.
That's exactly right. And right outside is a carport that was added after the Reagan shooting, where it happened just in front of the Washington Hilton in that entrance where the red carpet was tonight. You're exactly right, Kevin. I sent in, and hopefully they can turn it around, the video that I took off my phone in the seconds that right after it happened, and you can see all of the Secret Service agents rushing in, arms drawn, and you can see next to me the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin, a Secret Service on his back, kind of holding him down, and you can see the cabinet secretaries and various tables being surrounded by Secret Service in that moment as everybody's huddling under the table. So, mass chaos in those first moments. I think we're starting to get some ground truth about a shooter trying to make it through the magnetometer, and maybe it's Secret Service that takes the shot at the shooter and kills him. We're trying to get some more information on that. I think it's going to be quite something if they do this event again, start it up again, to your point with Brian. We're in a different environment now. And, as we were in the basement of the Washington Hilton, as they're clearing room to room, it was urgent. And they were telling us to run out of the building. So you can imagine, all the people shaken up inside that room.
Yeah, and it is quite the gathering. If I'm not mistaken, more than 1,000 people fit in that particular ballroom, having been in it many, many times. It is no small undertaking trying to corral everyone. Bret, stay with us. We want to welcome our senior White House correspondent, Jackie Heinrich, to the program. Jackie, I've been reading your posts on X. Your backstage post I found very useful. What can you tell us at this hour?
Well, I was on stage when we saw Secret Service agents rushing toward us. I was seated next to the vice president. We all went down when it became clear what was happening, and moments later, he was swept off stage as more armed agents came onto the stage from behind us. I was laying on the ground looking up at them. You couldn't see me from in front of the stage. We were behind sort of the drapery of the table. But agents were speaking to each other saying, are you tracking anything here? Do you see anything in the room? I crawled back behind the stage where we all made our way in a few moments, and we were held here until we figured out, we got word from Secret Service what happened. And we were told by the detail here for the head table, for the president, for the vice president, that there was a gunman outside of the secure perimeter who tried to get through the mags, and that Secret Service did its job. It's unclear to me what that means, if there were shots fired to take that person out or what. We were told that subject is off-site. The president was taken right down the hall from me. We were backstage right now, and he was taken to a hold just a little ways down the hall. He has said from the minute this happened that he wanted the show to go on. He wants this night to continue. And they're just waiting on law enforcement to ensure that there was no additional threat in the room.
I want to show you this video. This, of all people, Wolf Blitzer had stepped out to go to the bathroom when it all happened.
Very, very worrisome what happened. Just coincidentally, after they served the appetizers, I walked out to simply go to the men's room, but you have to walk up these stairs and walk out, and which I was doing. And as I was walking back towards the door to get back into the big area where the event was taking place, all of a sudden, I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me. And the next thing I knew, a police officer threw me to the ground and was on top of me. And I was listening and watching what was going on. And apparently they got the gunman who had a major weapon there. But it was so worrisome. The noise was so loud in a small area, and all of a sudden I'm seeing gunshots. And then they grab me, the police officers, and they take me back into the men's room where it was safe, and there were about 15 other men who are stuck in there, and they won't let them out. And that's what happened. And then after a while, they let me out, and I'm out now. I'm not back in the ballroom, but everything is apparently closing down. Very scary incident. All of a sudden, a guy with a weapon, and it was a very, very serious weapon, he starts shooting, and I happened to have been a few feet away from him as he was shooting. And, of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. And I don't think he was trying to shoot me, but I was very close to him as the gunshots were fired. And it was very, very scary, but I'm okay now.
All right, so I've got the video from C-SPAN where they zoomed in and right exactly when it happened.
The cell signal is so jammed right now. It's either because there are stones in this ballroom, or the law enforcement folks in DC have the ability to jam us. There's like no cell signal getting. I'm actually seeing the video. I'm looking at it right now on a little bit of a delay on our photographer, one of our photographer Brett's cell phone. It's kind of freezing up, but that is very similar to the response in Butler. I don't know if you guys have had it yet in the show because I just got dialed in, but I'm going to read what the Secret Service said because it's important. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police, is investigating a shooting incident near the main screening area at the White House Correspondents Dinner. The President and the First Lady are safe along the protectees. One individual is in custody. And something else that's really interesting, Kevin, you know...
Peter, let me interrupt you for just a second. I just want to let you know that we're getting word the President will conduct a news conference from the White House in about 30 minutes from now. And let's listen in. I see Weijia.
To do it tonight. He wanted to continue despite the news, but has to follow security protocol. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, about how fragile they are, I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do.
All right, so President Trump, as you heard, the guy from Fox says, law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. I didn't know he was still there, which we will do immediately. So he hadn't left yet. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in half an hour. I've spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling the event within 30 days. All right, so this is what I would, excuse me, what I was hoping he would do is that President Trump would address the nation after something like this. And it seems as though that was put up, as you guys can see, that was posted at 9:36 p.m. So assuming he's on time and they're ready to go, we're looking at about 10 o'clock, 10:05 or so with the press conference. So a lot going on. Obviously, he and the cabinet and First Lady are safe. They're in perfect condition, as he says, but it's time to address the nation for sure.
Back to the White House. He will be making a statement. He will be making a statement about going there in the future, in the very near future. I expect that probably will be brought up tonight. I will tell you, the president was, he without an exception, everybody around him was pleading with him not to go back in the room. That's what his instinct was telling him to do. He was joking about it. Not everybody was laughing about it. I actually heard part of the deliberation, and it was the overwhelming consensus that they didn't know if this was a lone wolf or perhaps a greater conspiracy or perhaps somebody came in behind this one shooter. I can also confirm to you this, that the FBI Director, Kash Patel, he is there. The perpetrator is on the scene. They're processing it. They confirmed one U.S. Secret Service agent was, in fact, shot. The round was stopped by the vest. And I give all credit to all these guys that put their lives on the line for everybody. The president was saying, well, I made sure that the First Lady was safe. But again, the people around him were very, very concerned, rightly so, especially in light of the culture that we are living in. And if you go back to what we have all been through as a nation, and you think about it, there's just too many questions. We don't know. Again, you go back to the lone wolf. wider conspiracy. Probably this will be examined and discussed for weeks and weeks ahead. Certainly you would think that that room would be safe and secure, but we do know from the very beginning that the shooter charged the magnetometer closest to the front door. And that's where he took that shot and did hit the Uniform Division Secret Service agent. Thank God he had a vest on. His condition is good. He is going to be fine. But again, out of an abundance of caution, the people around the president were beyond adamant that they did not want this to go forward. They didn't feel like they would be able to, within any reasonable period of time, get that room safe and secure. And the shooter, that shot at the Secret Service member, the agent did return fire. We know that part. We don't know if that person is alive. Well, we do know he's alive because he's being interrogated now by the FBI, that part. So I can only say that...
I'm glad that you shared that, Sean, because we obviously heard conflicting reports about not just what happened with respect to where the shooter was, when the gunfire happened, did they make it through the mags, how close the shooting actually happened to the ballroom, which, as you know, is on the second floor. So I appreciate the background. Stay with us for just a second, Sean. I want to read this. This is the president posting on Truth Social. Law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. I've spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. That from President Donald J. Trump. Sean, back to you. You and I had talked about this previously. We both know the president, you much better than I. I'm not surprised that he would want to at least have the evening happen. I know he wanted to have it happen tonight, but now we'll see if it happens sometime within the next 30 days.
Oh, the president was very clear. That came up. He literally, as part of the deliberation, the first part of the discussion that I heard was he wanted to go back. There wasn't a single person that was in that room, and there were a number of people with him, obviously, that agreed with that assessment for a variety of different reasons. Nobody could assure that this was a lone gunman, and nor could they assure the safety and security of that room. He tried to make the argument for it. He was told that it would be...
All right, so SV, I know there must be a ton of stuff like popping. What you got?
I sent you the link of the alleged pictures of the shooter on the ground. It looks like a white male, and I can't see verification that he is deceased. I would assume he would be, because the Secret Service, once they start shooting, they're going to finish the job. So I'm going to assume that he is in handcuffs on his stomach.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's moving either. Look like he's face planted.
No, and then I tried to zoom in on the right picture. It looked like the guy had a I don't know, a hair bun or something.
Is it a man bun?
It looked like it, but it could have been a bag behind him. So I'm not going to go and say that. But if it was, I'm Transformer. I'm going to start some conspiracy stuff here.
Well, if this is the guy, I don't want to show it because
you see it too, right?
But he's got like a ribbon in his hair.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it what. You know what? Maybe he had a dress. Maybe he was dressed as a woman when he got in there, and that's why they ripped off the shirt. We're assuming they ripped off his shirt. Maybe they had to determine whether was it a guy or a woman.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
probably to check for explosives or maybe wires, or whatever. That's what they usually do. Take that off. But it's definitely a white person. So.
Lighter skin.
Lighter
it's
skin.
hard to tell in this picture.
It doesn't look like an Ali Akbar kind of guy,
but he does have a scrunchie. He definitely has looked like a scrunchie on his head or something. Yeah. Man, This is crazy. All right, so
there's a lot of rumors and stuff going on. People are ticked off. I totally get it. This is just
they're ticked off at you.
No. Ticked off at what's happening. No. I've been telling you, Barry, we've had discussion even in person about I'm so unhappy with the press. I think it's an existential threat to the world. And they promote it by saying like he's Hitler, he's Mussolini. You know, I mean, how could this stuff not happen? I mean, there's people out there that are easily led and they're very upset, and that's all they hear, and that's what they're going to do. So he's got to shut down the media. I mean, like you said, the act.
Get Brendan caught. You got to do something at this point. This cannot continue. And I know what that the Asian woman was trying to say about First Amendment. Right away they tried, because they know what's coming. You guys have been completely calling all of us too. I mean, we're not the president, but they've been coming after us as well. And I watch it. Elon, you're going to have to do something on Twitter. This is crazy. So,
well, even now, CNN's reporting still possible shots.
Possible shots.
What? You know, or he fell down. They're probably going to say he fell down. I mean, I'm sick of this crap. I mean, he's going to have to stop the media. Like, instead of just calling fake news, like have them removed and see that, you know, their cash cow is going to dry up if they don't start becoming regular reporters. You know, report the news, stop being so opinionated and being hateful.
I am so happy he's coming out and addressing the nation, because the nation
is going to be very interesting.
They need to hear from him right now. All right, it should be in about another 10 or 15 minutes. So let me check back with the news and we'll come back.
He was the person that was fighting the most to go back in that room. And there wasn't a single person around him that liked that idea. And when he was told, like the final moment when he decided was when they said, "Sir, it will take us 5 hours to clear that room and make it anywhere near safe and secure for you to go back in there. It's not doable tonight." And at that point, the president said, "All right, let me go back to the White House." He'll be giving remarks momentarily. And he definitively said, "But I'm going back." And those were the words he used. And I want it within 30 days. I did hear that part of that conversation. I was privy to, and I give him a lot of credit for that. That is the same guy we discussed earlier in Butler when he got hit, stood up, fight. And, you know, he's a pretty unique historical figure in many ways. And it's hard to watch all of this. And, you know, I don't care. We've got to keep elected officials, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative. We've got to protect them.
That's right.
And I'm not casting aspersions against anybody. I am saying that there's got to be, you know, reevaluation of this. There are so many brave men and women that do put their lives on the line to protect our elected officials. But when a breach like this can happen, we need a full reexamination of all of it.
The great Sean Hannity, thank you, my friend, for your perspective. We appreciate that. We also have
Kevin.
Brett Baer and others with us here tonight. We'll welcome them back in momentarily. In the meantime, I want to welcome my colleague, Alicia Acuna. She'll also help us with our coverage here tonight. Alicia, Peter Doocy is outside the Washington Hilton. He, of course, is our senior White House correspondent.
Hi, Kevin. Yes, and we're awaiting, I guess, more word from Peter Doocy at some point here. But I can't help but stop and think as I'm watching all of this unfold, and as I was preparing to come out here, thinking about you and I sitting next to each other on the big weekend show before we came out, before all of this unfolded. And what was the big mystery here? It was what was the president going to say when he was standing before the journalists? How were they going to respond? We talked about what people were wearing. And here we are, once again, for the third time in 2 years, talking about the Secret Service going into action to protect the President of the United States. Twice before, he was the nominee, once in Butler and then again in Florida. And now here, I believe David Spun said, this is one of the most protected places on earth on this night, right? It doesn't rise to the exact level that Peter Doocy was saying when you're talking about an inauguration, but it...
You're not going to believe this. This woman is lucky she's alive. I mean, seriously, I'm going to show you a video. As they're getting President Trump away from the venue, this woman, a Palestinian activist, rushes the limo. These people are insane.
Stay behind the perimeter. Do not press the gate.
I don't care.
You're locked up.
Hey, you guys. Yes. Back up. You're not listening.
Can you even imagine? Number one, how did she get through? You guys weren't doing your job. Nobody should have got through your perimeter. And then she it's got to end. That's insane. Absolutely insane.
And so there was a concerted effort to get all of the high-profile administration people out of harm's way as quickly as possible. And then the ballroom was locked down. And there was an understanding that this was a very dangerous moment because you had all of these high-profile administration officials all in the same room. And Kevin, to give you a sense of what it was like just going into the ballroom before this began, when you arrive at the Washington Hilton, there is a security perimeter. And that security perimeter is where you get your ticket checked initially, and then you go inside, your ticket is checked again, and before you're able to even enter the ballroom, you have to go through metal detectors, and there are Secret Service officers there ensuring that no one is carrying weapons or anything on them. And we understand that is the moment and the location at which this security incident took place. As it was unfolding in the ballroom, again, it was a very chaotic moment, and the ballroom was immediately locked down. And there was an understanding that this could have gone on, and the security perimeter had to be swept. And so everyone had to stay in place. But again, Kevin, at this moment, we understand that the ballroom is being evacuated. I just came from there, was able to get out of the building. And you can see the lights behind me. There is a massive presence of police, Secret Service, and ambulances and first responders on the scene. There were many people in shock. You know, Kevin, I'm used to covering war zones around the world, and in the aftermath of an event like this, people very quickly go into shock. People were shaking, others were crying, and there was just a question about what had happened. We could hear the commotion just outside the ballroom, but again, inside, that was where the majority of the people attending this dinner were located. And the president, again, taking to Truth Social, and he said law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. The president goes on to say, I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. He put that out about 17 minutes ago. So in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we do expect to hear directly from President Trump, who again was inside the ballroom when this took place, the security incident just outside at the metal detectors where the Secret Service was screening individuals coming into this White House Correspondents Association dinner. Kevin?
Trey Yinks, as always, terrific stuff. Before we welcome Aisha Hasni, another one of our great White House correspondents to the conversation, I do want to read this. This is by way of the AP. The officer shot in the bullet-resistant vest is expected to be okay, according to law enforcement sources. Want to welcome Aisha Hasni into our coverage. Aisha, big night, foiled, unfortunately, by a really selfish act by someone who is clearly deranged. What can you add tonight?
Well, I can tell you right now that they are clearing out the ballroom, and there's a protocol in place. And so what they're doing is they're having any congressional members that are inside the ballroom still sort of gather in a place where they're going to take them personally. Capitol Police will escort them and drive them to their homes just out of an abundance of caution. So there's a procedure in place to make sure that people are evacuating this building safely. And so we know the president has left. We know he's going to brief in a couple of moments here. And now the second part of this is to make sure that congressional members get home safe as well. The rest of the guests, media, press, we're actually all working. We have been on the phones. We've been reporting live. We've been working around the clock. We're trying to get to a camera right now, actually, for you guys. I heard so many different things. It was a chaotic scene when this all unfolded. There was a moment where there was chaos, and it seemed like Secret Service were swarming people inside the ballroom. We didn't know what was happening. Myself and Emily Campagno both thought we heard what sounded like a silencer go off. What I was told later by White House staff was that was not a silencer, that was actually gunshots. And again, I can't confirm that. I don't know that for sure. That's what some of the staff were telling me. There's been conflicting reports, but that there were shots fired up in the lobby by the MAGs. And you have to remember the Washington Hilton is a functioning hotel. There are people here that are coming in and out that don't have anything to do with the dinner. So you could approach the building without really being a part of this event. Now, they do ask you for a ticket right outside in the perimeter when you're walking up towards the building. They ask you for a ticket, but I mean, I guess you could say maybe somebody could sneak in, but what I'm hearing is it was at the MAGs in the entrance is where all of this commotion happened, and this person tried to get in with a gun. But again, a lot of folks were very, very scared. We had Erica Kirk near us sitting. She obviously got very spooked because of what happened to her husband, and she was escorted out. Cabinet members were escorted out immediately. There was a protocol in place. And so now what's happening is congressional members and making sure they're safe and they're getting home safely.
Aisha, it's Alicia Cunha here. Glad
Alicia.
you're safe. Hi. It really is striking just from afar, from here in New York, watching these videos of all of our friends and colleagues there in the situation, hitting the ground and just trying to stay safe. So glad that you're safe. But Aisha, I do have a question. The president posted on Truth Social that he's going to be holding a press conference, and you were in a room with a very high number of world-class journalists who cover this president, including yourself. Will there be reporters where you are, or are you going to be doing this, heading to the White House for this press conference? Or is that even possible right now, logistically, for folks to even get out of there?
It's not. I mean, first of all, it's on a good night when this doesn't happen. It's so hard to get in and out of this area. Trying to catch an Uber or trying to get away, transport anywhere, it takes a very long time. So I don't know how we're going to get to the White House. I'm sure there are people that are efforting that. But of course, there are people, there are media outlets that have multiple reporters. So I don't think any of us are going to be able to make it, but somebody else will get there. I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way, especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time. I did want to add this. While we had a moment, I was just reading this from the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. He said this on Truth Social. Kelly and I were at the event tonight, and we're thankful no innocent people were harmed, and everyone is now safe. We're grateful, as always, for law enforcement and first responders who acted so quickly to bring the situation under control. And then he adds this poignantly, praying for our country tonight. Alicia.
Kevin, aren't we all just praying for our country tonight? Because this is a jarring moment, I think, for the United States, for Americans, to sit back and watch this occur once again. So, yes, we are all praying for our country right now. And joining us now by phone is host of Fox News at Night, Trace Gallagher. Trace, you were in the ballroom as well, correct? Oh, my apologies. We do not have Trace at this moment. Who do we have on the phone right now?
You know what, I can tell you this, Alicia, while we continue to try to get more staff, and we had so many, obviously, in the ballroom, I just want to point something out. I was watching earlier, right as you see them now clearing the material on the left side there. I was watching as Trey Yingst was describing the perimeter. And as you look at the semicircle there on the right, where the Correspondents' Dinner is at the Washington Hilton, I know you've been as well, it is still remarkable to think that someone who is armed, who is not a part of the security detail, can get that close. Because, again, as I think both Peter Doocy and Trey pointed out I think, adroitly, you need to show your ticket. And it's not just, oh, I'm at the door, here's a ticket. It's, I'm 3 blocks away, here's my ticket. I'm 2 blocks away, here's my ticket. I'm a block away, here's my ticket. And then you're going to try, in this particular circumstance, to rush the mags. And thank goodness for Secret Service acting so quickly. And again, we understand from our reporting that the gunman has been apprehended and is now in custody. There have been other reports that the gunman was killed, but that is not the reporting we are sharing at this hour. But what's interesting, again, to me is unless this person somehow had a specific type of ID, something that they manufactured, that they were able to utilize to get closer to the building, it is still inexplicable to me that they could get that close, even to approach the mags with a loaded weapon. But again, thanks to the quick action of the Secret Service and others for quickly neutralizing the gunman.
No, you're exactly right, Kevin. And I do believe we have Brett Baer on the phone once again. Is Brett with us?
Yes, I'm right here.
Hi, Brett. Thank you so much. It's Alicia Acuna. So glad that you and Amy and everyone are safe. Wanting to know now any update that you have and what's going on around you.
Well, we've evacuated now. We're out of the building, and as you may have heard early on, we were escorted by Fox Security. By the way, we should give a big applause to our own security staff that worked alongside the Secret Service. And in those chaotic first minutes, first seconds, I should say, as everybody's taking to the ground and going under tables, and you see the president being escorted out there with the cordon of Secret Service agents. At the same time, our security was jumping to all the executives and all the tables that we had and did a great job. We managed to get out through a back door to a lower point.
So I want to jump in. CNN has come out with something that's very, very detailed. Want you guys to be able to see it. It says suspect assembled a long weapon in a lightly monitored area near the terrace level entrance, according to a volunteer witness. The room had bar carts being stored and, quote, no security at the time. Witness Helen Mabus said the gun didn't look like a typical gun and was assembled from a bag. The gunman then rushed towards the stairs leading down to the ballroom. He opened fire in multiple directions. Witness estimates at least 10 shots. A law enforcement officer was struck, hit in the vest, condition unclear. One person in custody. Trump and Melania safe, as we know. The fact that someone could assemble a long gun from a bag inside the venue with no security before charging the ballroom is a massive security failure that's going to define every conversation tomorrow. So you have a guy who brings in a weapon in a bag and assembles it. That doesn't sound like your ordinary kook. SV, he's sending me all kinds of stuff too. This is crazy.
Closer to the Washington Hilton, we went through a number of different stops with our tickets and then obviously the magnetometers to get into the ballroom itself.
Indeed, Brett. Go ahead, Alicia.
Oh, thank you. Brett, I was struck by something. When we were on the big weekend show, we were showing all of our Fox family going through the red carpet at the step and repeat and taking pictures. And I saw video of you and your beautiful wife, Amy. And I have to ask you what that was like for you. We have covered these for decades. Tragically, we've covered shootings. We've covered all sorts of scary and terrible events. But it's not often where you have a loved one next to you in that moment, and you're also part of it.
And I was worried. She was really shaken up and went under the table, and as did many people. I was kind of sitting up, and I actually used my phone to take video, and she's telling me, get down. The security, I'm sitting next to the Homeland Security Secretary. His agents are on top of him, pushing him down to make sure he's not popping up, and they're trying to figure out a way to get him out of the ballroom quickly. I was worried, and she was very shaken, I should say. But, 2 tables away was Erica Kirk, who also was under the table and obviously was really shaken up, and she was escorted out and, crying in the back hall, as you can imagine.
after the assassination of her husband.
Boy, it just really tugs at the heartstrings when you hear stories like Brett's and others. You know, I was struck by the fact that they ushered Caroline Leavitt out of harm's way so quickly. For those,
this video is kind of eerie. This is Judge Janine.
I know the man, and I can speak to the man. I can speak to who he is, what he's like, when he parties, late at night, early in the day, seen him with his kids, seen him with his family. I've seen him on the street. I know the man, okay? And everyone wants to make him something that he's not. And the truth is, Bill, the very fact that he survived everything that they threw at him tells you that this is not an ordinary man. So don't expect ordinary responses from him every day of the week. He's a different kind of guy. He is, I mean, the man has armor around him. I don't know how he does it. But
He's a vampire.
No, I don't think he's a vampire. I'm going to tell him he said he's not going to take you to dinner. He's going to take me to
Yeah,
dinner.
he never sleeps.
Oh, he does. He used to call my house.
I know.
When
The
my
vampires
ex
never
worked for
sleep,
him,
Janine.
He'd say, "Where is he?" I'm
Right.
like, "Hold on."
It's all night they're flying
He's
around.
working all night. Yep.
It's a big security challenge anytime the president goes any place. And in a big room like that, that's like 1,500 plus people, it is a big lift. But I think that the president's going to talk about resilience, talk about getting past this, talking about, similar message to post-Butler and after the assassination attempt in Florida, where he said they can't stand, and which is part of the message of let's get back at this within 30 days. So I assume you'll hear a very resolute President Donald Trump by the time he takes the podium in the White House briefing room.
You know, and Brett, we're watching the White House briefing room. We're looking at the camera from where we are right now. And I believe I saw someone in a tux. It looks like some people who were in the room where you were somehow made it also to the White House briefing room, which is incredible, talking to Aisha. And I've been to a couple of White House Correspondents Dinner. It's been years, but getting in and out, as she said, is nearly impossible on a good night. But yeah, I'm looking at a woman right now. She has an evening gown on. It's just so striking.
Yeah, it is. And, the press pool travels with the president. I don't know if they managed to get into the vans soon thereafter when the president was escorted off the property. But usually, having been in the press pool many years, it's a close pool. And where the president goes, eventually those reporters go with. And that may be what you're seeing. I think I saw David Spunt walk by there, and he's probably in position as well. You're going to see a lot of people in formal wear in the White House briefing room. It was supposed to be a celebration of the First Amendment. Oz Perlman, was going to do his whole routine with the president. The president was expected to talk for, not until later in the evening, but, it was a celebration, really. And the fact that he showed up was a big thing, and obviously was mentioned by the president of the White House Correspondents Association at the beginning.
Brett, we want to continue the conversation. As we're looking over here on the left side, I see some familiar faces, people that I'm sure you would recognize as well, as they are now preparing the podium. What happens usually if the president is going to speak in the Brady press briefing room, they will bring in a bevy, sometimes as many as a half dozen Old Glories, American flags, and then they will bring, I imagine, because there were so many individual cabinet members that were there, it is highly likely that they too will speak tonight. Would that be your expectation as well, Brett?
Well, you may have the FBI director talk about what they know. Don't know that for a fact. As we were running out following the Secret Service and their orders to get out of those rooms underneath the Washington Hilton, we passed by Kash Patel, who was talking to a bunch of officials, and he was on site. So I don't know if he'll be there. But clearly this is the president's moment to make a statement about this night, but maybe broadly about the situation in which we live.
All right, Brett, stand by for us. Who is next, folks, in the booth?
I believe we have Martha McCallum with us.
So it seems as though they have a possible name of the suspect. Hopefully they name it here at the press conference. I don't want to put out a name in a picture if I can't completely verify it. But if it is true, he's a 31-year-old, I want to say black guy, mixed guy, I'm not really sure, from Torrance, California. We'll wait to hear what they say.
Thing was very wrong was just a slew of Secret Service agents running as hard as they could down the middle of the room. It's an enormous room, very hard to get around the tables. So some of the Secret Service and law enforcement officials climbed on top of the tables. Some people got knocked over. People were climbing and diving underneath the tables. Once we realized that there was an emergency situation going on, Trace Gallagher's here with me. He was a few feet away from where I was standing. And one of the things that we really noticed on the way out, Trace, is that there's one set of magnetometers. It's very small. Yep. And this dinner holds about 2,500 people. So all of those people went through those
So I see someone on the comment here, does his skin color even matter? I was describing the person. You know, before like 2009 and 2010, it was, it was commonplace to say that a perpetrator was 5'11", 200 pounds, black man, long hair. Yeah, it's only been in the last couple of years where, please don't say the race. Well, let me ask you a question. If you got assaulted and the cops came up and said, who did it? What the hell would you say? Oh, it was a guy. He was about 5'10". He's about 30 years old. What was he wearing? What did he look like? Did he have an afro? Did he have long hair? Stop it. Just stop it. Yes, the color does matter. Man.
As you know, we look at the room, she was 4 tables to the right of us, and we were right next to the aisle where it leads to the front, to the stage. So as you come down the main entryway to the area where the president and the White House Correspondents Group was up there, and the vice president, so on and so forth, that is the main area. So when we were there, we were sitting there, and Lawrence Jones was to my right, and he jumped under the table first, because Lawrence said, I heard something. I heard some popping. And I was talking to Emily Campagno, who said that she thought that it sounded like somebody, or a waiter or somebody, dropped some dishes, dropped some plates, and she didn't know what it was. We didn't know what we heard. Now, did we hear gunshots? No, we're not saying that. We heard something, and then after that, we knew something was clearly wrong, because everybody, the Secret Service agents were running down the hall and running through tables saying, get down, get down, get down, get under the tables, and everybody was jumping under the tables. And you're helping people because, everybody, there's some older people in this building, and everybody sometimes needed help. So you're helping people get under the tables, you're making sure everybody is safe, and then you have Secret Service agents walking around saying, get down, stay down, stay down. We didn't know. We didn't know, was there somebody that was a threat inside the actual auditorium, and that was never clear. That was never the case. So we were told afterwards, never happened. The person, the person of interest, the suspect, never got into the actual auditorium. But the interesting part of all of this is exactly where this whole thing started. Were there gunshots outside? Were they inside? Right now, that's the thing that's unclear to us. We don't yet know, and the Secret Service agents that we keep talking to don't yet know. So they're trying to figure out that, it's clearly the beginning of an investigation. The president wanted to come back out. He wanted to continue this, but the Secret Service was telling us it's a bad idea. We told the president it's a bad idea, and we don't think this is the way to do it.
Yeah, I was sitting next to Stephen Chung, who obviously works very closely with the president. For all of these people, this is a very unsettling, to say the least, situation. He was with the president at Butler. He was with the president at the golf course. They have been through this routine before. And I think it's worth pointing out again that, by the time I lifted my head up and realized what was going on, every single person had been cleared from the dais. The president was instantly taken out of there, but he was in a holding room not far from the stage. And he was clearly wanting to get back on the stage. He does not like to be shut down. He doesn't like for anything to be seen as if, someone who disrupted this event tonight won, in a sense, and he says he wants to have this event again within 30 days. He was looking forward to it. It was the first time he's been to this dinner as president of the United States, and there was a lot of anticipation, and a big night was underway. So it's very disturbing, and you got to feel for all the people who have been through this with him several times now, guys.
Well, Martha, and can we talk about this just a little bit, because think about that. You mentioned Stephen Chong has been through this with the president multiple times. America has been through this, watching this president and his family go through this multiple times. We're watching, and we talked to Brett about this as well. We're watching the White House press room. They're setting up and getting ready right now. Some people are in tuxes. Some people are in evening gowns right now, and they're running around as fast as they can to get ready so that the president can come before the American people and once again address a threat.
It is stunning, and you look at that room full of reporters. Of course, everybody starts shooting video with their free hand as much as they can, trying to figure out this story as it's unfolding. And is everybody safe? And where are the cabinet members? We watched cabinet members and congressmen get ushered out of the room. Markwayne Mullin, the new director of Homeland Security, was right near us. I think he was with Brett at Brett's table, and I think Brett probably just spoke about that. But the president wanted to carry on. And now he is about to speak at the White House. So we're waiting for that to happen. They're just making another announcement here as we speak. So I'm trying to listen to what that is.
They're trying to get everybody to leave the building because they want to continue the investigation. So they're pulling all the media out, the cameras. They want everything to leave. And it's understandable because they're trying to conduct an investigation. And there are actually people still staying in this hotel. So that's part of the process. I mean, just waiting for the president here. The unique thing that I think you notice in all of this is that there's not one clear narrative. It's been the better part of an hour and 40 minutes now. There's not yet one clear narrative of what happened, which tells you that not a lot of people saw this, and the people who did
got a great shot here. When you saw them go down, some of us thought it was maybe Melania, maybe it was Caroline Leavitt going down. It actually was President Trump that went down. Talk about it. This is a scary moment. Check this out. Right there, you can see that's President Trump that goes down.
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side. The vice.
Scary, absolutely scary. So that's who went down. President Trump, as they were rushing him out, he went down. Wow.
As far as we can tell right now, it was one person, but this investigation is still very, very new.
Right, and you just imagine, because when you hear the Secret Service and you hear all of a sudden what you think anything could be gunshots, right? You're in a banquet, and every time somebody drops a coffee cup in a thing, every time somebody makes a glass and cheers, right? Everything you hear can, in your mind's eye, be something nefarious. And so you have people all over, 2,500 people, as Martha said, all over this auditorium, and then suddenly you have Secret Service agents running down the main entryway, and people start ducking under the things, and you don't know if you're waiting for gunfire. You have no idea what is about to happen, what has already happened. So you're kind of in this blur, and everybody, even under the table, you're looking at your colleagues, and they're looking at you going, I don't know what happened, and you're asking them, did you hear anything? And they're telling you, I heard something, but I can't really recognize what it was. And in that whole time, you can imagine that's happening times an nth, because everybody in the whole building is saying the same thing. I heard something. I heard somebody behind me. I heard this. I heard that. So to get a clear picture of what is actually happening or what actually happened inside the auditorium right now is very difficult. And you can see that the Secret Service and the people who are here are doing yeoman's work trying to get a handle on this. They stopped, whoever this was, they stopped this person from doing any major damage inside this auditorium. And for that alone, we should all be very grateful. Trace and Martha.
Yeah, the video that you see on the top is they did escort a man out. And, you know, it's hard to, I'm not sure if he was injured maybe in the, as people were climbing over the tables and people were scrambling to get out there. It's hard to emphasize how tight this room is. I mean, there's only really one clear alleyway, and it's up the middle. It was where they did the color guard presentation right before the president was announced tonight, and that was the alley down the middle that clearly everybody, all of the Secret Service and law enforcement went flying up that middle alley, and by that point, the president, vice president, they were all removed.
Yeah, I mean, and remember that, as you're saying, Martha, you know, as we're waiting for the president here, you know, the tables are so tight that you're literally trying to navigate your way through just to get to the 4 tables that Martha and part of our team was to get more information. And you're thinking, okay, you can't get through. So nobody was getting through that way. The only way was to come right down the center, which was wide open and clear right toward the dais. And that was kind of a big concern.
Bill Maloogian's going to join us. He's here and also working his sources. Homeland Security, as I said, the new director, big night for him. He was right near us, and he was ushered out fairly quickly.
Yeah, we're working on trying to get that suspect information. We're working our sources, me and David Spunt right now. We'll have something on that in a bit once we are able to confirm. But just kind of highlighting on what Trace was saying, I initially thought somebody was rushing the stage.
Yeah.
I heard commotion, I heard glasses being knocked over, I heard tables being knocked over, and all the Secret Service guys kind of running towards the front of the stage. I personally didn't hear any gunshots, but you could sense the panic in the room. Right? I was sitting right next to Peter Doocy. He got under the table. We heard Secret Service behind us saying that there were shots fired. We just didn't know when, how many, or what had happened. Just a little color on the situation. Poor Erica Kirk was at the table next to us, and she got under the table and came out and was very emotional. You can imagine how traumatizing that's got to be for her for a situation like that. But yeah, we're just working the phones right now, trying to see if we can get the suspect ID. Working federal law enforcement sources. We're initially hearing it's a younger guy in his 30s, potentially from California. We're working on a name right now.
Yeah, we've seen those reports, and we're waiting to hear from the president. You see that they're ready to go. They've done sound checks in there. The flags are up, and the president clearly, you would have thought in most cases in this situation that the president of the United States would have been out of the building instantly.
Yeah.
But President Trump did not leave the building. And it's apparent that he very much wanted to get back out there. At one point, they said, we're going to serve dinner now. So there were signals that were going back and forth.
All right, so I've got another quick thing I want to show you.
The problem with this event is that it's very chaotic, it's crowded, and just as an example, as I was walking into the Hilton Hotel tonight with MS Now colleagues, I saw a person being escorted out wearing a ball gown that I believe was a member, I believe I recognized as a Code Pink activist, that protest group Code Pink. So a protester had put on a ball gown and kind of infiltrated the hotel. And that's the kind of thing that can happen in the chaos because they're not screening everybody who walks through the door of the hotel.
Now, remember earlier I said the picture of the guy that SV sent me looked like the guy had a scrunchie. So I'm wondering if that's the same person, dressed up like a woman in a gown. I have no idea what the heck is going on. Hopefully they'll give us some good information at the press conference here.
Kevin, as we await the President of the United States.
Which will no doubt intensify the discussion on Capitol Hill to get those who are so important, not just to the safety and security of the president, but all of those who have been suffering throughout this shutdown, this partial shutdown of government, to get them finally funded. That conversation will no doubt intensify here in the days and weeks ahead as we continue to await the President of the United States. We see Peter Doocy there up to the left. I've also seen David Spunt, our Justice correspondent, as well in the audience. Martha, as we wait for the president, I'm imagining that he will be defiant, as always, wanting, obviously, not just to return tonight, but obviously looking forward to having the dinner sometime here in the next 30 days. Looks like we lost Martha there. That's all right. We will just wait here. We are within the 2-minute warning for the President of the United States to come inside the Brady press briefing room there. Usually what will happen is you look to the left side of your screen there, and obviously the President usually will be preceded by the press secretary and others. We anticipate that there could be a cabinet member or two, Alicia, that could also speak tonight, perhaps even the FBI Director, Kash Patel. Again, we're sort of guessing who might come out and speak, but it would seem to make the most sense, obviously, to come out and first let everyone know exactly what happened, what we know about the shooter, and where we go from here as we await the president, Alicia.
Exactly, Kevin. And, you know, earlier tonight when there were reports that the President of the United States said that basically the show was going to go on, he still wanted to continue it this evening. I don't know about you, but the first thing that came to my mind was Fight, Fight, Fight 2 years ago in Butler, Pennsylvania, when he stood up with Secret Service trying to protect him. And he said that that is the spirit of this president. And it continues this evening. He's been communicating with Americans and the media through social media all evening. And any moment now, we are going to hear from the man himself. It'll be a show of force, whether it's the president alone or if he comes out there, as you mentioned, with other cabinet members, with the vice president as well. We will have to wait and see. But sadly, this is a message that he has had to give before, and he has had to talk to Americans before and assure them that he was safe and that other people were safe. And once again, thank the U.S. Secret Service. Kevin?
Indeed. There are some reports, and we're chasing different names. I've been reading different accounts, again, not confirmed, as we, of course, hope that we will get more clarity and more information here, not just from the president, but also from those in law enforcement. One of the names that we had heard, a 31-year-old male from California, is now in custody in connection with this particular attack. I don't want to say the name, but we'll see if we can get confirmation of at least that limited reporting that we have at this hour. For those of you who have just joined us, Kevin Corke, Alicia Acuna, you're watching Fox News live continuous coverage of the White House Correspondents Dinner, which was interrupted after an apparent gunman tried to charge the mags and discharged a firearm, we understand. And as we get more information, we anticipate hearing from the President of the United States in mere moments. But in the meantime, let's go back out to Trey Yingst, who has done yeoman's work for us both overseas and here tonight. Trey.
Yeah, Kevin, I just spoke with a senior White House official who said behind the scenes it's a very somber but resilient vibe. Administration officials are reminded of the two previous attempts on President Trump's life. When I spoke on the phone with one official at the White House, they said this was a reminder of Butler, Pennsylvania. You can imagine these administration officials, the president himself and the vice president, they have a long history of experiencing these types of security events, and it is just a reminder of how dangerous moments can be. But when you look at the security perimeter that was around this area, it was not just the Secret Service, but the local police, a variety of different law enforcement agencies. And there were a number of checks to get into the Washington Hilton, along with those metal detectors where we understand this security incident took place. I think back to inside the ballroom as this security event was unfolding. Many people got under the tables. Some people were crying, others shaking. And a top advisor to President Trump, Dan Scavino, as he was being escorted out by Secret Service, raised his fist and started to chant USA, USA, USA. And it was a reminder almost of what President Trump did after the attempt on his life. The people around the president prepared and got out as quickly as possible. You saw a moment of people coming together, Kevin, and looking out for each other. There were some people hiding under tables, others getting cover, laying flat on the ground wherever they could. And at this moment, as the security event was unfolding, some Secret Service officers, others wearing tactical gear, had weapons pointed out over the crowd because they were scanning to see if there was a threat inside of the ballroom. And it was just an unpredictable and very tense moment inside of this hotel as this security event was taking place. The president escorted out with the vice president in seconds. And those cabinet officials, they had security on the perimeter of the ballroom. I was sitting next to the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and immediately his security team got to him, escorted him out. Other top advisors to the president also quickly escorted out of the ballroom before it was locked down. And for a very long time, people had to stay inside as they were conducting this security sweep around the area. Again, people, many of them in shock as this was taking place, understanding that just feet away outside of this ballroom is where this shooting took place. The president is expected to address the press corps in Washington, but more broadly the nation about this event that took place, which was supposed to be a celebration of the First Amendment and journalists around the world. Scholarships were supposed to be given out to journalism students here in Washington, in the nation's capital. And again, this turned into a very somber moment, and a senior White House official telling Fox News that there is a resilient vibe within the administration right now.
Incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement, and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say You had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House Correspondents. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out, and you've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir. Because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The
president's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the president, the vice president that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Mullen, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. That it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise." And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask, respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the
Thank you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had a our sniper on our side, within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and two people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Is it possible to turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran We can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I see to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump, about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
In the back.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But We're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
You've been listening to the.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Wow. All right, so here we go again. Another assassination attempt, another survived assassination attempt. And like Starchild says on the screen right now, I am also completely sick of it. And I have a feeling it's only going to get worse. I've been telling you guys for quite some time, you can tell who's winning and who's not. Just like President Trump said, they only go after people who are effective, who are actually making things happen. And it's always these kooks. And so they can put out whatever poll they want to put out. They can put out all the news stories they want. They are definitely losing. You don't act like this when you're winning. You don't have to go full Tanya Harding and take out your competition. This is what they want. That's one thing I think people have to understand. We talked about it on July 13th, excuse me, a year ago, and right after that, the golf course, and now here again. This is what they want by any means necessary. It's not a slogan. This is exactly how they feel. This idiot won't be the last one. There will be more. Count on it. And until people understand you are in a fight or flight situation, it's going to keep happening. They have fomented these people to where they are completely brain dead. I hate billionaires. I hate MAGA. You bunch of maggots. It's getting to the point now where their own people can't take it. They can't take the gaslighting. They can't take the MK Ultra, and these people are losing it. They're not normal. It's way beyond TDS. I mean, we're talking serious psychological problems. Man, it's only going to get worse. Be ready. I've been telling you, be ready. Get ready. Understand what these people are going to be doing. I don't even think at this point, I don't even think they can stop themselves. I think they have been put into such a mental deficiency at this point, they hate us all. Remember how the Iranians feel. They just want us dead. Well, there's many people who just want Trump dead, who just want maggots to go away. Do what you need to do to protect your family. SV, what you got? Anything, man?
I will not be deterred, Barry. I'm holding the line. I'm serious. I mean, I have no more F's to give for these liberals. I have some liberal friends, and I don't even want to be around them on the pickleball courts. Like they had the crazy look. Yeah. I mean, there's something something misfiring in their brains. You know, they've been so indoctrinated. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't even think some of them know what they're doing. It's funny, you see some of these man about the street questions like, hey, so blah, 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 and they can't answer. You can literally see their minds go blank when they're confronted with questions. And
yeah, it's not facts. It's not facts. It's all the only thing that matters to them. What about Trump?
Yeah.
It's TDS 5.0. If there's anything higher, which is like, off the charts, but yeah, they just hate him because they've been taught that way. I saw the video. I was going to say, I'm sorry, Barry. I was going to say, I posted the video in the chat showing, I mean, here it is. It's 2026. And the video, it looked like something from an Atari machine back in the 80s, but it showed, you could actually see how fast the shooter ran.
Yeah.
He probably ran a 40 in like 3 seconds. He just went, and because as he went past, the Secret Service had to turn all the way around to like go after him.
Yeah.
And that's where they got him. So maybe that's why he wasn't unalive. They probably just wounded him because normally they put him down. So
it's crazy. It's crazy.
What a night. What a night, man. Wow.
I did not think we'd be here for 5 hours, but
something
happened. 5 hours and 10 minutes. I'm going to do super chats and do a limited and different after party because just got to get our mindset going into Sunday morning. Hope you guys go to church. Definitely have more stuff to pray about right now. Thank you, SB, for everything.
All right, have a good night, Barry.
Yeah, my voice is gone again.
Yeah.
I talked it out all over again. I got in addition to that, my computer like completely pooped the bed. So I'm going to go through a weird kind of what are we doing here? A weird kind of super chats because I got to make sure I can see them all and make sure everybody gets there we go. All right, so we're going to do it this way. Let me turn off the comments because I need the screen. Real estate, man, what a night. I can't believe I had to sit through this once again. Wait a second, Mario Bowser is talking right now. Hold on, with Judge Janine and Sean Curran from Secret Service.
Carol to provide a law enforcement update and specifics.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm Jeff Carroll, Interim Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. This afternoon, this evening, members of the United States Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department were here at the Washington Hotel for a site detail for the Correspondents Dinner. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director. Director Curran.
Thank you. My name is Sean Curran. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect these. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved, and I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Shapiro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot, and fortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. All of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Right here in the front. Right here in the front.
Can you confirm that this suspect is specifically targeting the president, and is he talking to law enforcement now?
Chief.
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged a checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say
there seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
What we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department, along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Chief Carroll, right here.
Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a vehicle associated with the suspect, and are you or the FBI conducting any search warrants either on a vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're digging into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department. I can tell you that.
Right here.
Chief, there are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep.
Chief, the president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. Do you know specifically if President Trump was a target of this attack?
And can you speak to, there was reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon to get into the ballroom. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here.
To clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this incident, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure. I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
So will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank you. Chief,
I understand.
is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are you searching rooms here?
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel, and again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay.
To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, I mean, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down when he was being escorted out. Was he injured at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
Can you release how many people are in the hospital?
Can you give us his name?
Not at this time.
Do we know?
We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
How many people in the hospital?
In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
U.S. Attorney Lear, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if you think you're tired, there's going to be a whole lot of people in that room who ain't getting no sleep tonight. Oh, man, they will be busy. And I doubt President Trump will sleep either. He'll be like rushing through the White House. I just hope he can calm Melania. Whew, man, imagine going through that. imagine. So let me do super chats and get out of here because long night. I got to do it differently because my screen thing messed up. So here's my little screen thing here. Chiosop. 250 members encouraged their fellow reporters not to take their mental illness medication for the night. A lot of people got to look in the mirror tonight. Caitlin Collins can't smile. She has no upper lip. You're being mean. Mrs. Ninja Turtle, I tried to send you an email. It came back undeliverable. What is your email address? SV can probably get you hooked up with that. Chiosop, I hope media pre-booked with their psychiatrist. James Hammond, tell her to move back to her home. Who is he referring to? Not sure. Chiosop, don't I like the ice conditioned self-deport? Buddy, where is the cat herders? A lot of these might have been 4 hours ago, so I'm not sure what we were talking about then. Neo, Barry, thanks so much for sharing this event. I would not miss this one, remembering the one Trump attended years ago. Arrows are about to fly. Yeah, these are all early. Thank you guys for these early super chats. Robo Magic, thank you. Chiosop again. President Trump wants to come back and continue. All right, this is after it happened. James Hammer, I'm so tired of the hateful speech from the libs. That's something we really, really got to make sure happens. They got to be held accountable. Waterboard the bastard till he talks. Yeah, I wonder if was he a lone wolf, or is that now they're going to start digging in? Cutting edge. This will only further galvanize the entire MAGA movement to vote harder than ever. They have already been more than 3 or 4 attempts. This will surely ensure that Trump goes after them. I bet. I hope that's where. Put it this way: it hasn't changed. I don't think it changed anything in his mind. I think he's had his plan and how he's going to come after them. I just hope it just makes some people who have been panicking get their acts together. Chiosop, where's his bulletproof glass enclosure? Doesn't need it in an indoor venue. Indoor venue is a lot more secure. There's nobody on a roof doing something. So they probably, it was secure. Lisa, I can't even imagine how Erica Kirk is feeling. There's a video. I want to tell you how sad the liberals are. There's a video of Erica Kirk being ushered out of the venue. And one of the people who posted the video said, look at her, this performance artist. They're sick. They're sick. Performance artist is what he or she called her. Christina, if anyone has a question about the midterms, this just sealed it like Butler. I am so beyond pissed. Yeah. Get pissed, stay pissed. Beverly, just another deliberate lapse of security, deep state. I don't know. You saw the guy, he ran through and they reacted immediately. I mean, we're going to put up stanchions so you can't even come into someplace. I don't know what you do. Tania, our president doesn't deserve this. I'm lit crying. Tinley, from now until the midterms, it can only get worse. Yeah, they're losing. They are losing. Jeffrey, thank you. Beverly, again, perhaps they are keeping everyone in to search them and get a record of who is there. Perhaps. Thank you, Al. Mari, Trump don't sleep, doing this after everyone gets scanned and cleared. President Trump's not one that's worried about these punks. God protects him. He indeed does. Pray for him. Ronaldo, if anyone doubts we're in a civil war, they need to wake the F up. Bingo. Bingo. That's what I've been telling you. Ronnie Crowder, Secret Service knows Perez is always in danger. Why wasn't he protected by a ballistic shield? FLOTUS, Vice President and Second Lady should always be behind one. I heard 4 shots. They took too long to protect him. Well, let's wait until we get all the information. Penny, this is unacceptable. The left-wing media lying and calling it free speech. That constitutional right belongs only to the public, right? Born on. It's amazing that the lying media actually call themselves a public service when they have proven themselves nothing but public disasters. I agree. Conditioned. They accomplished their plan, cancel his speech. He was ready to keep going, but the law enforcement said, I can't protect you, so he had to stop. But I see what you mean. They stopped the speech from happening, but they stopped their entire event. See, that's the other thing. It wasn't like they chased Trump away and then continued. The whole thing got shut down. George, I can imagine a conversation between Melania and Trump and the Beast going back to the White House. I told you this was going to be a bad idea. Yep. Well, I bet she says that more than just tonight. I bet it's something she commonly says. George, if this clown was a sleeper IRGC agent, woe be it to Iran. Oh, you can bet they're digging in. They're going to dig in hard. Jennifer, no dogs to sniff out gunpowder. I didn't see any dogs at the check station. Diana, sounds like a ghost gun. Very interesting. If it was an inside job, follow the money trail. Who paid him? Check deposits. They will. Ronnie, the liberal mainstream media are not going to learn until, God forbid, they end up being a victim of their own circumstances, which they almost were. It's going to be friendly fire for them. I hope some of them wake up and realize we were this close. He had a long way to go once he got in that venue. He was going to come across a lot more people who weren't the president before he'd have any chance of getting to the president. Born on, thank you very much, Barry and team. This is for Bibles. Thank you very much. Penny Quarter, I agree with Judge Pirro. Trump is not an ordinary man. It's why God chose President Trump for this job at this time and why he's protected. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people around him say those kind of things. Like, man, this guy, wow. Just leave me alone. Media reporting on a media event knows absolutely nothing. If this ain't a message, I don't know what is. I heard that CNN didn't even cover the press conference. I don't know that, but that's what I heard. Where'd I go with that? Hold on. I missed a couple. Okay. Neo again. I'm sorry, but this is too close for comfort. God protected our president and continues to keep him protected. God bless Trump and God bless America. Thank you. Tim, how are you doing? Could the events of tonight be the catalyst that unites the right and the left, especially concerning the media? I don't know about uniting the left, but it should unite all the people on the right. That's for sure. Robert, thank you. Robert, thank you again. Barry, it's definitely time to start taking out the trash. SV and I were having some fun going back. Who invited Cash Patel? Remember when the C-SPAN guy said that? The president did. Tim, Melania had to be terrified. God bless her and confront her. There's a video and you can see her face. I mean, it looked like the life went out of her face. Like, again? What a president and administration, the greatest ever. God protect them and keep them safe. Yeah, we're going to have to pray for them. Mariah, thank you, Barry. What will tomorrow bring? More prayer. Tim, the left have created a monster. They have targeted, propagandized, and manipulated the mentally ill to do their bidding. They did. 100%. 100%. John, thank you, Barry. Thank you. And Verkum phrases. That's an interesting handle. If you're on your action notice that none of the Democrats are saying President Trump's name, that must have been their talking point. Interesting. I'm going to check that out. And lastly, Linda, no weapon formed against President Trump will prosper, for God is with him. Thank Lord for keeping POTUS safe. Absolutely. All right, so I'm going to do an abbreviated after party so you guys can get to bed. It's going to be a little bit different. I think we all need this right now.
Could I believe in what my eyes cannot see? Or has the antidote to brokenness evaded me? Could I believe in what my ears have not heard? Or will the suffering that surrounds me have the final word? Even all the darkest darkest nights I know the sun will rise. I will trust the promise I cannot see with my eyes. Even when the clouds surround, I know the sun still shines. But when will it break through? Jesus, I need you. Touched, or will the weight of disappointment apprehend my trust? Can I believe in what my mind cannot know? Or could the number of the stars contain my fragile hopes? Even on the darkest nights I know the sun will rise. Trust the promise I cannot see with my eyes. Even when the clouds surround, I know the sun still shines. But when will it break through? Jesus, I need you. When will it break through? Jesus, I need you. When will it break through? Jesus, I need you. Jesus, I need you. I'll believe in what my eyes can't see, and I will trust you, Lord. I will trust you, Lord.